We are now streaming live on YouTube. We shall begin in just a minute. I have shared the link to the YouTube streaming on our groups. I would request the coordinators to please share the link widely so that the guests can log in and view us on YouTube. I think we are done with all the technicalities. We can begin the program now. Rama ma'am, are we ready? You're on mute. Rama ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, ready to.
Thank you. A very good morning to all. On behalf of the Council of Architecture and Training Research Center, I extend a very warm welcome to all the esteemed guests, members of the Council of Architecture, heads of schools, faculty and students in schools of architecture, and our national presenters, the authors of the 10 best projects from across the country. A warm welcome to our eminent panel of jurors, architect Vijay Ramchandran, architect Sanjeev Vidyarthi, and architect Srivatsan, to the national final jury of the 2020 cycle of the Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis program of the Council of Architecture. I welcome Professor Anirudh Paul, former principal of Kamlaraheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture, fondly called the KRVIA, Mumbai, and Dr. Rama Subramaniam, principal of the Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture, Bangalore, both members of the awards committee. We are privileged to have with us today none other than the award-winning architect and Professor Habib Khan, President, Council of Architecture. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Since its inception in 2006, the Thesis Award program has seen an escalating response each year from schools of architecture across India, and it has become a platform to encourage, motivate, and appreciate the works of the students of the Bachelors of Architecture course. JK Cement came forward to collaborate with the Council of Architecture and promote the JK AYA Best Architecture Student of the Year Award. The joint awards program is promoted with an objective to encourage the talent of students from across the country. This year, the pandemic compelled us to conduct the awards program on the virtual platform for the first time and motivated us to explore means and opportunities to reach out widely. The 5 zonal juries held from the 22nd to 26th of February were screened live on the COA social YouTube and have had an exponential viewership. Today, we are here for the national final jury, which will showcase the 10 best projects, 2 from each zone, selected through a rigorous process from around 500 entries across the country. May I now request our chief guest, architect Habib Khan, to please address the august gathering.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jayashree. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my fellow panelists, jurors, and welcome to the National UG Jury. We have started these awards long ago, and over a period of time, the Thesis Awards have gained repute and are looked forward to and looked ahead for participation from many institutions. This time also, we got a lot of queries from a lot of institutions as to when we are starting it. We're doing it online because of the exceptional circumstances that we all are living in these days. And we have improvised, and the job has been very tough and have been very difficult to actually assess the merit of an entry objectively and transparently. But our jurors in all the 5 zones have done a phenomenal, commendable job, and I want to thank each one of them. All those who are our jurors and the organizing committee, Jayashree, Rama, Anirudh, all of you have done a commendable job, and I'm very happy that you are so committed to do it so effectively. Thank you so much for this phenomenal and Herculean effort which has gone online. I also would want to extend my thanks to my friend Aditya Chaturvedi for being always there for the architectural fraternity. Thank you, Aditya, and a warm welcome to the final round of the jury. Bijoy, Srivatsan, and Sanjeev. Without you, this would not have been possible. And thank you for taking time out from your extremely hectic schedules and preoccupations and spending time for the cause of the academia and our fraternity. And I would also once again extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Council of Architecture to all the participants, to all the students, and to all the jury members, to organizing committee, COA, TRC, and the admin staff of the Council of Architecture headed by Oberoyji for helping this venture out and helping in this effort. I extend my best wishes to the 10 participants today, and I wish them all the best. And although winning is important, and we always say that the process is important, and being a part of this top 10 in the country in the UG thesis is itself a major achievement. But yes, have the spirit and give your best and let the jury understand what you're doing and your thought processes. All the best to everyone, and thank you for inviting me, Jayashree, and giving me this opportunity once again to be amongst all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words are inspiring as always, but I would like to express a special thanks to you because you have been a wonderful support in everything that we have done and all the experiment that we've been carrying out in the last few weeks while going online. This would not have been possible without your continued support as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would also, at this point of time, like to thank the entire team at the Council of Architecture, headed by Mr. Oberoi. It stood behind us for every little demand that we have placed by going online. We faced a lot of little technical issues, but the team at the council has been extremely efficient and supportive and helped us to go forward. Thank you very much. We are privileged to have with us Mr. Aditya Kumar Chaturvedi, Administrator of the JK Architect of the Year Awards at JK Cement Limited. I extend a warm welcome to Aditya ji and request you to please say a few words today on this platform.
Good morning, everybody. And I'm really privileged to be here and talking to all of you. And I don't have words to say thanks to Vijay, who agreed immediately at such a short notice to be on the panel. And I welcome all the jurors. Khan Saab, once again, thank you very much for being here and inviting me to this, Jayashree ji inviting me for this inaugural session. And these awards were started by our late CMD, Mr. Yadupati Singhania, who unfortunately passed away this year. And we are trying to continue the legacy, and that has been the message from our company, from the next generation that has taken over, that the awards will continue in the same spirit and with the same enthusiasm. Okay, and people will come and go. So probably me also, I'll be retiring soon from the job, and the next team is ready to take over. I'll be introducing everybody. That is one part. Jayashriji, I know how difficult it is to organize this jury online, because I have recently done it. I mean, last month only, we had the jury meeting for 30th Architect of the Year Award, and 10 jurors across 3 continents, and so many entries. But fortunately, it went very well, and we are ready. And it was the only award that was awaiting, the student award, and soon it will be done. And then award function, the student will be invited. It has been a grand success. I mean, and Jayashriji, I'll request you that please extend this information more, because I have been receiving a lot of queries from students, and I had to guide them that you have to go to COA TRC for participating in it, because the information is yet to be. I mean, we are circulating one pager with every entry form. So I'll request COA TRC also. Once again, thank you very much, and all the best to all the participants. May the best one be the winner, and remember that all 10 of them are winners. So thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. The collaboration with JK Cement has been very nice, and it is good to see that a company like JK Cement also comes on the academic platform to support the students and motivate them. This year particularly, what you have rightly said is that students were inquiring. The reason is that we have delayed this program this year by several months. We generally launch the program in the month of April or May, but this year we launched it at the end of December, simply because many schools had not completed their thesis examinations, and it was not possible for us to bring the students on this platform. And therefore, I too was flooded with inquiries from students, because they look forward to this event and this program year after year. For them, it is a special thing to be a part of this program, because they connect with us and remain connected throughout their professional life. But yes, we will certainly circulate the program more widely in the coming years also. And we look forward to a growing participation from the students and schools of architecture. This year, the final 5 zonal juries were successfully conducted with the active support of 5 schools of architecture who came forward from the respective zones as the zonal host centers. For Zone 1, we had the Faculty of Architecture, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, headed by Dr. Vandana Sehgal, who is also a member of the Council of Architecture, with Dr. Ritu Gulati and architect Alok Umar. In Zone 2, it was the Faculty of Architecture, Sri Sri University at Cuttack, headed by Dr. Sri Lakshmi Swami, with her team of Dr. Geeta Vaidyanathan, architect Rupal Shah, architect Sarit Mukherjee, and architect Rishabh Rai. The Satish Nisar Education Foundation's Brick School of Architecture in Pune, headed by Dr. Purva Keskar, hosted the Zone 3 jury with Dr. Vaidehi Lavan, architect Girija Indulkar, and architect Sharduli Joshi. And the BMS College of Architecture from Bangalore, headed by Dr. Mamta Raj, hosted the Zone 4 jury with architect Maithili Velangi, architect Shubhra Pandey, and architect Shilpa Shirish. The Zone 5 jury was hosted by the Chettinad School of Architecture, Chettinad Academy of Research and Education in Kanchipuram, headed by Professor Lokanathan with architect Radhika and architect Vaidyanathan. I appreciate the effort put in by each of these schools and their young coordinators who were continuously connected with our platform and were responsible for involving the students and resolving all the queries. I must say here that they have done an excellent job this year, because we were worried that when we go online, we were not really sure about the kind of response that we will get from the students, particularly in the background of the pandemic. And I must appreciate that this young team of architects from across the country have managed to get the highest number of entries, more than 500 in this program this year. Thank you, all of you, and congratulations for the excellent effort that you have put in. The National Final Jury of the Council of Architecture Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis 2020 is being hosted by the Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture in Bangalore, headed by Dr. Rama Subramanian and her team, comprising of architect Dominic Harper, architect Neeraj, and architect Sandhya Roy. An architect and urban planner by training, with academic and professional experience of 36 years, Professor Rama Subramaniam has been involved in both academic and professional work in architecture and planning. She has conducted numerous workshops, delivered guest lectures, and organized many seminars, conferences, and vacation schools. She is a research guide and examiner for doctoral thesis, with numerous papers presented in conferences and published in journals. Dr. Rama was conferred with the Best Teacher Award by Practicing Architects Association for contribution to architectural education in Karnataka on the 25th September 2009 in Bangalore. She is active in research projects for government agencies, and her professional work includes working on slum upgradation plans for 6 cities of Karnataka. More recent professional work is in the field of real estate research consultancy in collaboration with IPCs like Jonas Lang LaSalle, Bangalore. Her research areas include urban planning with a focus on urban renewal, heritage conservation, and real estate. The work on mapping heritage towns of Karnataka has been one area of research which has been initiated in the summer studios at Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture, called the DSCA, and has resulted in publications and research continuing till date. This work has also been presented at several national and international forums. For the past decade, her primary role has been that of institution building, with a focus on bringing Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture to national eminence. From building up a unique and diverse array of talented faculty to initiating new programs and an increased intake, Professor Rama has played a key role in promoting the growth of the institution. I once again extend a warm welcome to Dr. Rama and invite her to inform us about her college and her team.
Thank you, Jayashree ma'am, for a very warm welcome. Dear participants, students, distinguished Chief Guest Sri Habib Khan, honored guest Sri Aditya Chaturvedi ji, eminent jury members, Dr. Professor A. Srivatsan, Dr. Professor Sanjeev Vidyarthi, and award-winning architect Bijoy Ramchandran, and Director of COA TRC, Architect Jayashree Deshpande, and the wider audience. A warm hello and a good day to all. It's a great privilege and honor to be given an opportunity to host the finals of the National Awards for Excellence in Architecture Thesis. The importance of winning awards and the recognition of excellence cannot be underestimated in any creative field. And this Award for Excellence in Thesis is a huge opportunity for graduating students. We thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to be a part of the event and in the process of encouraging student endeavor and bringing design theses to national notice. As an institution, we are happy and privileged to contribute to the process. A very brief note about our college. Dayanand Sagar institutions are a pioneering educational initiative founded by late Sri Dayanand Sagar in the early 60s. Nestled in a lush green 30-acre campus in South Bangalore, DSI is one of India's leading educational institutions. Our group of institutions are characterized by quality of education across a broad range of disciplines, from pre-university courses to post-graduation and doctoral programs, covering architecture, engineering, arts, science, commerce, dental sciences, medical sciences, biological sciences, pharmacy, nursing, and allied health programs, as well as business management and information technology. We began as the Department of Architecture under Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering in 1991 and went on to become the Dayanand Sagar College of Architecture as a standalone institution in the year 2017. This year, we mark 3 decades of growth with a BArch program of intake 120, research center with doctoral studies program, and a proposed master's program in interior architecture. The students have a fulfilling academic environment with well-equipped lecture halls, excellent libraries, digital labs and art studio, and exceptional auditoriums and also sports facilities. So I would like to say that we are a premier institution imparting innovative education in architecture with a design-oriented program and taking inspiration from the broad body of professional and societal knowledge that is necessary to practice in contemporary world. Our team of well-qualified professionals have diverse exposures and experience and are well connected to the profession. We have been able to attract fresh talent in emerging design fields to enrich our academics. We have been recognized for co-curricular and extracurricular achievements with our students winning accolades at several inter-college events and tournaments. And the school's past successes and rich tradition lay an excellent foundation, enabling us to move forward and to embrace change. I take this opportunity to present a small video clip about the college. Sandhya, please cast. Thank you for the opportunity, Jayashree ma'am and Habibji, for presenting our college. Thank you so much. I would now like to present our team of coordinators, architect Dominic Harper, associated with DSCA from 2015, and studio coordinator for the middle years, with a balance of 14 years of professional practice and teaching experience. He believes that he is a follower of Tadao Ando and believes that I do not believe architecture has to speak too much. It should remain silent and let in nature in the guise of sunlight and wind. I'm sorry about that. He strives towards excellence in teaching by incorporating simple and effective ways of course delivery and imparting holistic knowledge. I would also like to introduce architect Sandhya Rao. She believes architecture should speak for its time and place, but yearn for timelessness, as stated by Gary. She graduated with a master's in urban design and commenced her career in the master planning team at RSP. She has ever since made a very valuable contribution to the company and thereon to DSCA in preparing design pedagogy, coursework in urban design studio and urban theory subjects. She's also co-founder of City Lab Bangalore, which is a tech-based data mapping setup, exploring the new dimensions of urbanism through interactive mapping systems and techniques. A very privileged to welcome architect Neeraj Pillai, graduated from JJ College of Architecture in 2007 and postgraduate from CEPT Ahmedabad 2010. He has 7 years of full-time teaching experience in various schools of architecture and 4 years of work experience in architecture, interiors, planning research, and planning consultancy. He has a keen interest in abstract art, black and white photography, cinema, and team sport. A very big thank you to my team.
Thank you, Rama ma'am. May I request you to please introduce our esteemed jury members also?
It is also my privilege and honor to introduce the jurors for today's national awards. Architect Bijoy Ramchandran is an architect and urban designer based in Bangalore, currently a partner at 100 Hands. The firm's work has been nationally and internationally recognized. Apart from architecture, he has also made 2 films, Architecture in the City, a Bangalore Perspective, a documentary feature he made on professional practice in the city in 2005, which is now part of the curriculum in schools across India. In 2008, he produced Doshi, a documentary feature on the Indian architect P.V. Doshi, directed by Premjit Ramchandran. The film has been screened nationally and internationally and was an official selection at the Architectural Film Festival, Rotterdam, 2009, and at the Architect Africa Film Festival, South Africa, 2010. This film is also now part of the archives of the Cité de l'Architecture du Patrimoine in Paris. Bijoy has been a panelist at the annual All India Undergraduate Thesis Review, the Kurula Varki Forum at CEPT Ahmedabad, and is currently serving as the design chair for the postgraduate program in Habitat Studies at BMS College of Architecture, Bangalore. Bijoy has a bachelor's degree in architecture from BMS, Bangalore University, and a master's degree from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, USA, in architecture and urbanism. He has been an award-winning architect and an inspiration to students who intern with him, wide variety of works and wide variety of pedagogical contributions. Warm welcome to Bijoy. I now introduce.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Bijoy. I now introduce Professor Dr. Sanjeev Vidyarthi from the Department of Urban Planning and Policy, University of Illinois, Chicago. Professor Sanjeev Vidyarthi is an associate professor of urban planning and policy and a senior fellow at the Great Cities Institute at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Trained as an architect, urban designer, and spatial planner, his research interests span the fields of planning theory and history, and Globalization and Development Studies. Exploring planning and designing efforts in a wide variety of urban settings, Professor Sanjeev's recent work has focused on the meanings and purposes of planning for places. Over the last 2 decades, he has lived, worked, studied in the Middle East, Western Europe, and the USA, while studying the case of spatial planning and development in independent India, using a comparative lens and an insider-outsider perspective. A very warm welcome to Professor Sanjeev Vidyarthi. I now welcome Professor Dr. A. Srivatsan. Dr. Srivatsan is an architectural scholar with more than 25 years of cumulative experience in teaching, architectural and development research, and in professional practice. Some of his major projects include Hampi, the Indian Digital Heritage Research Project, as part of a larger team at the Department of Science and Technology Initiative, Re-envisioning the City, research funded under Indo-Dutch program on alternatives in development, cities project, etc. His publications include books and papers in reputed journals. Before joining in his executive director of CAU, Professor Srivatsan served as the academic director of CEPT University for 5 years, where he worked closely with the deans and heads of academic offices to define academic policies and practices, and to strengthen academic rigor and deepen the culture of research at CEPT University. Prior to that, he has been associated with The Hindu as a senior deputy editor, while serving as adjunct faculty at the Asian College of Journalism and at the School of Architecture and Planning, Anna University, both in Chennai. Prior to this, he was assistant professor at Anna University, Chennai for close to 10 years. He has also been a practicing architect for close to a decade. He is an active member of various institutional bodies, contributing to the development of new academic programs and introducing new courses. Professor Srivatsan holds a PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, along with a master's degree in urban design, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. A very warm welcome to Professor Srivatsan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rama. On this platform of the Award for Excellence in Architectural Thesis, at each zonal jury, the authors of the 2 best thesis projects are awarded prizes worth 10,000 rupees and books and certificate. The authors of the next 8 thesis projects, which are presented at the zonal juries, are awarded prizes worth rupees 5,000 and books and certificates. At the national jury, all the presenters are considered winners because they have come through selection at the zonal levels, and therefore the authors of the best 3 thesis projects will receive prizes worth rupees 75,000 and a certificate each, and the authors of the next 7 thesis projects which will be presented will receive prizes worth rupees 20,000 and a certificate each. At the national event, the author of the thesis project selected for the JKAYA Best Architecture Student of the Year award will receive a prize of rupees 25,000 trophy and citation from JK Cement Limited. Dr. Rama, may I request you please to announce the names of the participants whose projects have been selected from the 5 zones to be presented at the national final today. You're on mute, ma'am.
From zone 1, we have 2 winners. One is Rohan Vishwanathan from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, with the project Terminus Delta. And the other winner is Yagwinder Kumar Mamoria from the School of Architecture and Landscape Design, Faculty of Engineering, Shri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Katra, with the topic National War and Military Museum, New Delhi. So this is the poster showing the winners and the jury and the coordinating college. From Zone 2, which was hosted by Faculty of Architecture, Sri Sri University, Cuttack. The poster can move on to Zone 2. We have Nilanjan Roy from the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. The topic was reconsolidating community practices of the existing glass bangle artisans of Firozabad and Eco-Industrial Center. And we also have Manas Pratim Kalita from the Pilu Modi College of Architecture, Ajay Binay Institute of Technology, Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, with the topic Reviving a Tribal Settlement at Jorhat, Intervening through Organic Built Environment. From Zone 3, which was hosted by Satish Misal Educational Foundation's Brick School of Architecture, Pune, we have two winners, Nikhil Manyar from the Academy of Architecture, Mumbai, Maharashtra, with the topic Compact, that is revitalizing the act of community living in the industrial cluster of Morbi, Gujarat. And we have Yamini Patankar from Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Architecture, Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra, speaking on revival of cultural heritage of Pratapgarh Fort. From Zone 4, which was hosted by BMS College of Architecture, we have Alan Joseph James from the Mangalam School of Architecture and Planning, Kottayam, Kerala. His work is on the Temple of Dhaus, Living Museum and Adept Academy in Baipur. We also have Nilesh Jeevan Rasquinha from the School of Architecture, Srinivas Institute of Technology, Mangalore, with redevelopment of Central Market, Mangalore. And finally, from Zone 5, which was hosted by Chettinad School of Architecture, Chettinad Academy of Research and Education, Kanchipuram, we have Abhishek Raj V from CARE, the School of Architecture, Center for Academic Research and Education, Trichy. His work is on reconception of a railway station, Madurai. And we have Mohammad Farooq Alam from School of Architecture, Coimbatore, Institute of Engineering and Technology, Narsipuram, Tamil Nadu, on rethinking Mattancherry. A hearty congratulations to all the 10 presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we wish all the presenters all the very best for the day-to-day and the excellent presentations that they have made. We will now move on to the presentation and the jury. I thank all the guests for being with us today and invite them to join us for the presentations. I would request Dr. Rama to please announce the name of the second presenter and commence with the jury proceedings.
Ma'am, you're on mute. Please unmute.
We have run the Google random number generator, which is giving us the number 2. Can the coordinators please announce the title and the participant?
The title for number 2 is National War and Military Museum, Delhi.
I hope the participant is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Ma'am, will you please announce the name of the first presenter and the instructions for the presentation, please? You're on mute, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Madam Sandhya, please announce the title of the first presenter.
the first presenter, number 6, serial number 6, Revival of Cultural Heritage of Pratapgarh Fort.
So as was the case with the zonal juries, the presentation runs for 15 minutes. And the first buzzer will be sounded at 10 minutes and the second buzzer at 12 minutes and the third buzzer at 15 minutes. And post that, if the time overruns in the presentation, the presenter will be allowed to run the slides without speaking. And then at the end of the presentation, we give over to the jury for discussion and comments. So this is the rules of the presentation. Jayashree Madam, we can now start with the first presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Presenters, you are all aware of the technicalities. We've gone through this entire process once at your respective zonal levels. So I invite you to begin the presentations, and all the very best to all of you. Dominic sir, would you like to share screen for the first presenter, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I start? Okay, ma'am.
Your time starts now.
Greetings to one and all present here. The greatest glory of a building is not in its stone or in its gold. Its glory is in its age. As rightly said by John Ruskin, emphasizes on the importance of the wisdom our cultural heritage carries. The statement is valuable even more so for a culturally rich country like India. Next slide, please. India has a rich share of military heritage. Among India's World Heritage Sites, 8% are forts. Can we move to the next slide, please? Though a considerable number of forts are protected by government bodies, many remain unprotected. They either lie abandoned or are looked after by a local community. My thesis aims at reviving the lost cultural heritage through minimalistic and meaningful interweaving of activities, interventions, and structural infills. In Maharashtra, forts are called Gad Kille, mostly dating back to the 15th to 19th century. Early Maratha forts had complex defense systems but plain aesthetics due to frequent wars and political instability. Pratapgarh is a hill fort located in Mahabaleshwar, Maharashtra, which was constructed in the year 1656. It is famous for its association with the acclaimed Battle of Pratapgarh, fought at the foothills. The fort has a Gauthan named Mauze Ran Adwa Gaon, inhabited by around 165 people. The community has a mixture of descendants of ancient Balutedars, soldiers, and Brahmin families. It plays a major role in keeping the fort alive, thus becoming a part of its heritage. The community also adds a unique associational value to the fort. The fort is privately owned by the royal family of Raje Bhosle. Parts of the fort were passed down to the community as gifted lands or bakshis or leased out to the government bodies. The fort is currently accessible via road with parking at the foothills. Proposed cable car network will be an alternative. There is a lack of healthcare and community facilities. Located in the hill range of Western Ghats, the fort is surrounded by reserved and protected forest. Moving on to the next slide. Through the ages, Pratapgarh Fort has evolved along with its residents. The organic spatio-temporal development, being unplanned, does not respond well to its historic setting. Construction of temporary unstable structures from newly introduced materials like steel members, corrugated sheets, and RCC contradict the architectural vocabulary of the fort, weakening its experiential quality. The economic state of the residents led to this kind of a development. 70% of the households are either unemployed or marginally employed. The occupations are tourism based, like restaurants, tourist guides, vendors, etc. Inconsistency in tourism seasons and imbalance in the ratio of tourists and facilities led to irregular income. Economic cycle has been disrupted, leading to an emerging issue of migration of the younger generation. These issues together hamper the cultural significance of Pratapgarh, in turn affecting the tourist inflow. Reinstating the economic cycle and reorganizing activities through phase-wise interventions would ensure continuous improvements. Next slide. The aim of this thesis is to revive the tangible and intangible cultural heritage of historic site of Pratapgarh Fort through phase-wise interventions. Objectives being empowerment of the local community, enhancement of the experience, interaction and exchange of knowledge between various user groups, dialogue between the historic fabric and the people, conservation of the historic structure and its cultural landscape. Scope of the project was improvisation of community amenities and tourist infrastructure, restoration and conservation work, inclusion of proposals from MTDC and cable car terminal. Limitations were lack of existing research data, challenging terrain conditions, less scope for future expansion, and the capacity of the fort. Moving on to the next slide, analysis of existing fabric of Pratapgarh Fort brought a few patterns to light. Patterns of settlements along the contours, circulation and nodes, land use showing commercial activities along the trail and the ownership. In the next slide, we see analysis shows that settlement patterns was organic. The next slide, please. Organic, shaped by the contours. Nodes had certain characters to them according to their location, shape, and user groups. Interviews with the community and tourists to know their perceptions and aspirations helped in the later phase of the design process. On the next slide, we see demarcation of different landmarks and viewpoints was done, including temples, gateways, lakes, and ruins of a few historic structures. A statue of Shivaji Maharaj constructed on the ruins of an ancient palace. Materiality consists of basalt rock masonry with lime mortar. New constructions have red laterite, brick or RCC with use of steel and corrugated sheets. SWOT analysis helped recognize the fort's strength in form of its historical, social, associational, archaeological, and landscape values, and opportunities to harness its economic potential. Next slide shows the region experiences heavy rainfall and high velocity winds flowing from the west and southwest. It experiences cold winters and warm summers. It has a hilly topography and black hard rock with shallow laterite soil. Micro conditions include the site's north-south orientation. Southern slope receives maximum daylight. Northern slope acts as the leeward side of the hill. There is an altitude difference of around 60 to 70 meters between the parking and the hilltop. 4 water bodies can be located on the site. The next few slides show case studies. Next, Zadavgarh Fort. Next, we see Maheshwar Fort and the interventions. Next, international case study of Leza Batwa. On the next slide, comparative case study of all these aspects help formulate an integrated strategy and approach. Moving on to the next slide, research on planning and design strategies of forts, case study of Raigad Fort and Pratapgarh Fort were done. On the next slide, we see a conjectural layout of Pratapgarh Fort was derived from the comparative study. Next slide shows study of principles and strategies of conservation. Principles of intervention according to Intact's Charter and ICOFORT guidelines were studied. Mapping and critical analysis of structures in Pratapgarh Fort was derived. Next slide shows identification of user groups, period of visit, and activities performed. Program focused on 3 major aspects and their phase-wise development. Tourism potential, museum to house artifacts around the fort, interpretation center, performance areas, food court, shops, and accommodation. Community empowerment, skill development and community center, redevelopment of housing and homestay modules, conservation and restoration works. The next slide shows, for revival of cultural heritage, the proposal must respond to the people, including their intangible culture, the history, the geography, and the architecture, the tangible aspect. The fort itself, along with its historic structures and ruins, provide evidences. The philosophy of Camilo Site, to approach more closely the ideal of the ancient models, was followed. The traces of what once was. Learning from the dialogue between various spaces, understanding the relationship of the people and the structures through journeys and experiences, the fort's response to its geographical conditions helped understand its functional character. Simplicity, making strong centers, evoking feeling of wholeness, modularity, adaptability, dialogue between the fortification and the structures, both responding to their functions. Fortifications flow in continuity with the terrain, catering to its purpose of defense, while structures had straight edges, organized layouts, and imposing character. Journey and the idea of refuge and prospect, creating layers. Experiences through transition in spaces. Aesthetics, showing influence of the then contemporary Mughal architecture. The idea of imageability, hierarchy. These features together devise a strategy used during designing process. Next slide shows the zoning process. Next. The conjectural layout of Pratapgarh Fort derived earlier formed the basis for zoning of the master plan. The next slide we see the zoning. Next. 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 The zoning was carried out by placement of activities corresponding to the social, historic, and geographic nature of spaces. Plazas and public spaces were placed on the location of previous bazaar pit. To encourage the interaction between a local community and visitors, the skill development and community center were placed near the existing settlement. The museum and interpretation center were located behind the statue of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Redevelopment of the housing can be done phase-wise. Next, we see the master plan on the next slide. Emphasis was on creation of dialogue between the people.
Damini, that's 10 minutes.
Next slide, please. Emphasis was on the creation of dialogue between people, geography, and history through plugins, while maintaining a sense of harmony in the contemporary setting. The tourist trail wound along the historic landmarks, creating an open museum as well as public spaces. A series of plazas created in front of the temple consisting of public, food, and shopping plazas. The trail leads up to the skill development center and culminates at the museum. As the circulation is purely pedestrian, pause points and sitting areas have been designed at the interval of less than 200 meters approximately. Next slide. Next. Talking about the open museum and conjectural reconstruction, two contrasting ideas were involved. First being the physical restoration of ruins, and the other following Ruskin's idea that a natural state and cycle of ruins narrate their stories, which is romantic in its own way. Thus, they should remain untouched. The strategy would be a virtual reconstruction showing the spirit of the fort of the past. The next slide shows some pause points in trail phase 1, bringing the historic fabric into the public realm. Lakefront public spaces were also developed for the public. Next slide shows phase 2 of the trail, which acts as an extension for the existing rampart of the fort with pause points. The people can explore the fort as it narrates its own stories. Next slide shows the skill development and community center, which were designed as a platform for interaction. The street was molded to pass through the structures, increasing transparency and creating public spaces. Thus, the street becomes an interactive street. Then the traditional form evolves into a modular unit with stone walls and pyramidal roof. They adapt to their function of natural daylight, ventilation, and transparency. The centrally pivoted windows ensure connection with the public spaces. Multipurpose area with amphitheater act as spillover space for performance of local art forms like lazim, talwarbazi, povada, etc. The next slide shows parts of community center consisting of a clinic, library, admin, etc. The next slide shows nature of spaces. Next, public, semi-public, and private spaces. Next slide. The public, semi-public, and private spaces interwoven to promote public participation. Next. Next. And lastly, the activities on the next slide. We move on to the next slide. The Museum and Interpretation Center. Terrain conditions consist of a mount. The statue being of utmost importance must be retained as a focal element. Thus, the intervention must be subtle and have a humble approach. The idea of refuge and prospect ensures emphasis on the statue. The build was designed around the mount, which was treated as a central open space. Free movement along the fortification, which could be open artifacts. A journey through open, semi-open, and closed spaces was designed in continuation with the fort. Visual connectivity was ensured. The next slide shows central courtyard with timeline walk narrating the history of the fort through murals and burus treated as a watchtower. The next slide, please. The museum galleries near fortifications designed to have transparency. Modules adapt to their functions of providing diffuse light, clear story windows, and
Yeah,
skylight.
that's 13 minutes.
Yes, yes. Okay. Here we see the public, semi-public, and private spaces. Next. Next. Next slide, please. These are the activities. After this slide, we see the next slide, which has Fort along with all the plugins, which create an opportunity for dialogue. The next slide, please. So here we see the dialogue between the old fabric and new interventions. The next slide shows infusion of traditional knowledge systems with new materials and technology make the best of both worlds. The structure is composite with RCC framing, basalt rock masonry, ferrocement pyramidal roof having skylight with aluminium reflectors. The next slide shows details of pivoted window, drain, strip sections, cladding, and ferrocement roof. The next slide shows water supply layout and treatment of sewage in the site itself. An STP could be designed for higher capacity. Otherwise, other treatments can be done like soil biotech or some other techniques. Next, we see universal accessibility is an integral part of the design achieved through the use of hydraulic lifts, chair lifts, etc. Next slide shows the overall layout. These hydraulic lifts are more feasible than ramps looking at the historic structure and terrain conditions. Moving on to the last slide, we see the design strategies which were used to ensure environmental sensitivity in the design and a sustainable approach. Thank you.
Requesting jury comments. Can Professor Vidyarthi go first?
Sure. So this is a good, I want to begin by saying a quick thank you to the presenters and to the first one, especially for a fantastic opening to the presentations for today. What I really liked about this presentation was first the choice of the topic, right? Realize this is BR, right? You guys are in your final years, 4 years of college done, and then sort of first independent project where you're working with the faculty. So it's with that frame in my mind that this is one of the first few projects you've done, sort of semi-independently, not completely independently. So from that perspective, this is the choice of the topic is important to my mind, right? You learned a few things in college, you not learned all, but nonetheless, this particular presentation to my mind sort of brought a very intelligent mix of focus on three aspects. The Gauthan community that sort of inhabits this place. It has historically evolved. It has an associational value with the place. The second was the place narrative. Especially true as narratives sort of, you quoted both the appropriate people in this regard, John Ruskin with his idea of sort of, leaving the ruins to tell a story of its own. And Camilo Sitte with his idea of sort of the value of historic places and proportions that sort of, have evolved over a period of time rather than the more stark narrative of modern architecture, for example. So that connection, along with, which was very specific in the intervention to my mind, was the austere military character of the military force of the Maratha kings, right? I mean, if you visited these places, you realize these are austere places, have a very warlike quality to them. So your intervention sort of fitted well. It was contextually appropriate in the sense it was low rise, it's not too much building. I would have preferred even a little less building. For example, I was not sure about the skill development center being there. You could have built even lesser. But nonetheless, low rise sort of fitted well, spoke well to the ideas of balancing these different needs So all in all, a good opening to the presentation. That's what I got here.
Thank you, sir.
Over to the other jurors.
It's an interesting project to undertake. Sanjeev had listed a few points in favor of it. I think it started off quite well by positioning some of the key issues the design has to engage. For example, the conflicting views about how to deal with historic setting, whether you leave the ruins as they are because it's romantic, or should you go to the extent of building in order to not undermine its historic value, but actually highlight the value. So that's the first key point the thesis identifies. Second, it also brings back this question about how you need in the Indian context, some of those heritage places are very active places, and it's not just a very open derelict site. Some amount of engagement through the present is also important. So this question of what you should and how you should build is the second issue. The third, taking cognizance of some livelihood issues, because it's not just to be seen as some kind of a romantic conservation project, but how do you dovetail with some livelihood issues? So these strands I picked up from the presentation, which I thought were well identified. But I would suggest a few things for it is to be pushed further. For instance, for example, one could start with the larger strategy as to how do you deal with these three strands. For instance, I would like to see first some kind of an heritage assessment of this place. Identify key spaces, key landmarks in terms of its physical structure, which you would like to focus the viewers or the users, which is core, the core spots where you experience or you want someone to experience the historicity of the place. Similarly, what are the intangible, because it started off saying you're looking at both tangible and intangible. So what are the intangible aspects of this place? Are there associational values? There are some legends and stories, etc. And so if you could combine both and you arrive at some kind of an heritage assessment of this place, and you then overlay that with your other debate, which is what you would like to leave it as ruins, which can also come from the heritage assessment, and what you think would be a good spots and places to reconstruct virtually. Then on that, if you superimpose your programmatic, whatever you think is important to activate the space, both as a place and as well as to make provisions for livelihood and other kinds of activities, and sort of you work around these three layers and sort of take a position saying, no, this is what I would like to keep, this is what I would like to reconstruct virtually, and this is what I would like to build, and this is how they all work together, and it's sticks to my the three strands that I picked up at the beginning. So that part could have been fleshed out a little clearer and actually presented upfront as the ground on which we can understand subsequently at a building level how you have dealt with each building. So I quite agree with Sanjeev on the point that whether it requires such an extensive build-up or not is an important question. So that needs to be really reassessed, because just my quick reading, it looks like it's a little overdone. And I don't know from where the need to build so much emerges. So that is also not well established. The last point, I'll stop here, come back later if there is time. This, at the building level, take a couple of places to demonstrate this. Probably there is a section where you have a ruin, you have a virtual reconstruction, and you have a built-up area. And how does it work at an architectural scale? And particularly if we were to look at those interfaces between these three things, would be a very architecturally a challenging situation and a great place to demonstrate your design abilities. Rather than actually dwell on almost every building with same unequal importance, which I thought was not needed. You know, some could be taken for granted. You could have just laid out your thing, but actually taken some of these key spots to demonstrate these design challenges, which is very unique to this place. Because such a situation you may not possibly see in another site, but very specific to this site, which is also specific to your larger design problem that you have taken to address. A careful choice there would have been very helpful. I'll stop here and we'll come back later if that is the discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Yamini, for the presentation. Yes, I agree with both Sanjeev and Srivatsan. I think the initial, the exercise of, having these comparative analysis and trying to understand this fort in the context of the other forts, this idea of a certain kind of aesthetic, etc., all of that, and even the report and the drawings were very illustrative. So just to expand on a couple of things that Srivatsan just mentioned. The first about this larger framework. I'm also interested in how the use or the program for these interventions is developed, and that, of course, a lot of these standard responses one has when engaging with a historical site. What do you do for tourists? Is there a museum shop? Is there a place to eat, etc.? These kinds of programs are the kind of tropes one falls back on. And I'm wondering, I mean, you mentioned the Battle of Pratapgarh, and I don't know if there are, what is that venue like? What is it? What is the scene of this legendary conflict, and how is anything from the historical narrative able to influence you in the way that you will develop a program, but also in the way that you will build certain areas for prospect or certain areas for refuge. So I think the use and how you come to that use is a provocation as well, because it stands then for how you will engage with various historical sites. So I think that is something that you could elaborate on or think about a little bit more carefully. The second thing, which Srivatsan sort of has already spoken about, is how you do it. What kind of choices you make in terms of material, in terms of structure, the architectural sort of nuts and bolts of it. And you did it in passing sort of dismiss a lot of the steel corrugated sheet concrete construction. The question really is, what is the way you engage with a historical building of this kind? It's got a certain character, a certain structural kind of quality. It approaches the terrain a certain way because of its provenance, because of the history of these these constructions. What is it to build today in that context? And some of the moves architecturally, I thought, were a bit. I think you could push a little bit more to think that maybe there is a sort of dialogue one is trying to achieve. One, of course, these three stages that Srivatsan spoke about, the stage of just sort of reconstructing or not reconstructing, but preserving what is there, this kind of transitional thing, which is extending that. But then there is this third aspect of the new, how do you make the new thing on this context? And so that choice as an architect is exceptionally interesting, because it gives you the opportunity to think back on what exists, but also to project on how we will build today in a context like this. So that, for me, was a bit of a missed opportunity, and I think that's something to think about when building in historic sites. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I answer to the questions now? Talking about the strategy of assessment of all the structures. So after study of principles and guidelines of intact ICO4, etc., I did come up with a condition analysis assessment map of the fort, which was shown in the presentation, but it was on a small scale. So in that, I did identify that the fortification, the main gateways, the temples had to be restored and preserved. And on the other hand, the few ruins that we have, they could be either reconstructed or like virtually reconstructed. And also the few other landmarks were identified. And I did try to keep those aspects, those focal points around which the design actually happened and evolved. The next question about the intangible aspect of the fort. So according to me, the intangible aspect of this cultural heritage actually lies in the people. The people play a major part in this fort, keeping it alive, keeping the culture alive. So the main idea was to have an interaction, like when we conserve some cultural heritage, the first step is awareness, spreading awareness. So that could be done through interaction with the people, with the local people, and through spreading awareness in that way, and also through the intangible, like there are a few local art forms which the local community practices. So platform for the spread of that traditional knowledge of those local art forms and folklores. So those were the two things about intangible aspect. Talking about the build up, yes, even I agree that it would be a little bit less built up. The program was derived from a few different aspects. So first was the few proposals from MTDC, which were inculcated in the program. Second was there is an existing proposal, like there is a proposal of a cable car terminal. The program also included the aspect of museum and interpretation center from that proposal. The skill development center, actually, when I had an interview with the local community, even though it is a small community of 165 people, they hold the culture of that place. So when I talked to them, they said that they were descendants of the Balutedars, who in their age era had a few skills. And it was very ironic that now they could not remember or have anything to do with it. But they did say that they had a few skills like bamboo weaving or wood carving, which they were good at, or they were also interested or looking forward to learning about it. So that was proposed as an alternative occupation or income source. And for the build, I did try to reorganize the existing commercial activities into plazas. So the remaining space could be used for skill development center and the museum. Yes, sir.
Is there further feedback from the jury?
I want to make a quick point is that, this is with increasing prosperity in Indian society, this trend of, the growth in tourism is sticking around, and we sort of see a dramatic increase in people visiting places. So as you guys do this sort of work, which is, historically sensitive in nature and might serve as prototype for other projects to come downstream, as this is even now, this country is full of historical ruins and monuments of various shapes and sizes. So you want to be a little more sensitive, as pointed out by fellow jurors. This is sensitive, and we want to be careful dealing with such a rich repertoire of historical places. It's sort of my parting shot.
Yes, sir.
Are there any audience questions? Questions from the audience? Audience can also type questions in the chat box and we could take it up. Fine, then maybe we move on to the next presenter.
Ma'am, are we picking the lot? Are we picking the next? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, 06. The next presenter, so to pick the lots, we are running the Google random number generator. And the next presenter, it says, would be 20N UGT 08 That would be redevelopment of Central Market, Mangalore. 08, are you here? Please.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So you will have the time duration of this presentation to prepare for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we move on to the second presentation.
The second presenter, National War and Military Museum, New Delhi.
Are you ready to start?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, your time
Shall I
starts
start?
now. Yes.
Okay. Good morning to all. This thesis topic is National War and Military Museum. Next slide, please. In the following presentation, we will start with brief intro along with selected case studies, then looking at the site both on micro and macro level and its connection with the city context, leading with the study's concept, following with drawings, and then looking into the inside of the museum to understand more about its partial nature through a series of diagrams and visualization. Next slide. Indian military defenses, this nation and the discipline and the pride that they bring among us is commendable. The unbreakable will and determination keeps this nation safe and proud during this unpredictable, non-conventional war chapter. We all have witnessed several museums erecting. However, very few revive the cultural aspect, trigger the people, and able to bring back lost emotions and continue for the past and the today. This thesis aims to design a museum not only to showcase the glory and glories of the Indian military, but also to portray the true essence of the hardship, culture, customs, traditions, and history through medium of architecture, to act as a permeable contact zone between military and civilian. The result speaks flexibility in museum spaces to deal with the rapidly changing visitor dynamics and collections. Also, the focus is laid on the experience rather than quantitative data, so that the museum itself can be viewed as an artifact, other than being a building that houses artifacts. Next slide. Next slide. Here I have categorized my selected case studies into two parts. So the first part of the thematic space, understanding in architecture, and the later to understand functionality of a war and military museum. Next slide. With the help of these cases, I tried to understand the spatial configuration of courtyards, terraces, along with the hierarchy, the framing of context and connection with the built and the making and in-between zone, understanding the methods of public engagement through levels of interactions, along with how a single space, but with different enclosures through exponential volumes create experience. Next. The idea of materiality and its color and texture as psychological triggers to create a human personal environment. As most of the museums are introvert looking, I also looked at how to develop spaces for a refuge or a story within the complex, a space connecting all. Next. Again, few more sketches illustrating the idea of arrival, approach, and destination with series of transitions and act of transparent permeability, along with the relationship between display and night. Next. The next set of case studies are focused on the spaces and functions for a war and military museum to understand the area required by the artifacts, different zones and spaces, along with the idea of sustainability, like here the Canadian War Museum. Use a green roof managing the storm water, which certainly helps in air purification. The concrete with the 15% of fly ash helps in climate control and so on. Next. The actual connections to organize various blocks and form of the museum is to bring far too near, outside to the inside, and not just randomly. The construction figures for a common column-free space, structure, facade, and floor, and so on. Next slide. Similarly, another case study in the focus to add more on the abstraction of spaces in symbolizing war period. Next slide. Next. So keeping in brief, looking at the site of 6.33 acres and its setting in the parallel arrangement of regional setting of Old Delhi's Chandni Chowk and New Delhi's Central Vista, or say between old and new, it is located in the north of the India Gate and in vicinity to the National War Memorial. The architecture in the context follows Indo-Sasanic style building with monolithic butterfly structure. Earlier, there used to be bunkers for the officers, which were constructed back in World War II, and experiencing monsoon wind in the July and September from east through meandering Yamuna and driving axial connection from the Red Fort, Police Memorial, War Memorial, India Gate, etc. is situated reasonably in this setting. Next slide. Now looking at the micro setting, I have mapped the noise level zone around the site along with the built and open system around it. The site hosts a lot of trees within and around and have buildings like Patiala Court House, Baroda, and Hyderabad House in its vicinity. If you look at the plan on the right, there are the three entry points, the E1, which is the primary, while E2 is service and E3 is secondary. In the immediate surrounding, the one marked with C has a build structure which are the year old, while B is also zoned for the utilization as social cultural area as marked in the land use master plan of 2021. Next slide. Next. Well, I started my project with this series of sketches to understand the idea of thematic spaces, the user experience, and the concept of in-between spaces. These spaces are the connection between the inside and the outside. Like I give you an example, the ghats along, say, River Ganga is an in-between space for the city and the river. These are the spaces for the community interaction, social meetup, it functions, breathing space within the building. The idea of emptiness, voids, why and how they are important. Similarly, to drive physical change for the separation and relationship between open and built. Next. Study models to study the relationship of light and shadow, to understand the dynamic character of the light, how it shapes the environment inside. Next. All those sketches and models were translated to develop into this conceptual model for the project. The horizontal block is for the admin, the retail part, while the diagonal one has the space to invite the audience in to connect the galleries and a juxtaposition of cubital volume behind. This creates a voids, angles, spaces between them, and all these volumes are arranged by the following the actual connections. Next. Next. If you look at the side plan, the entrance to the museum is from the right, from Tilak Marg, taking a roundabout and reaching to the red dot from where one can either approach to the museum or the restaurant. The small green colored space in the museum is the museum shop. All those small red circles are the exit point from the museum in case of emergency, while the arrow that you see on the top is the way we exit museum. The juxtaposition of the blocks has made possible to save few trees in this setting, and also space between them, nook cuts, which I call, are crafted to narrate stories between the volume. The block left to the diagonal block is auditorium, whose roof is accessible to the public. It gives direct view of the India Gate, bringing one from the context in. Other diagram to the right shows various built up areas of the floors, the public zones, the collection and non-collection part, etc. Next. So moving on to the plans, one enter from the point 1, from the ground floor, going towards the point 2, where the reception lobby is, via an englobed corridor whose one end sort of act as a balcony. After that, you take the ramp and reach to the double-heighted flexible reading space, denoted by point 3. Here there is a skeleton of an aircraft hanging from the ceiling. Now looking at the lower floor on the right side of the reading space is the workshop area, followed by admin. Over this admin is a restaurant at the ground level, and left we can see the digital gallery, and above is the auditorium. If you notice, one part of this is cutting into the museum, so one who's coming to the auditorium will be also able to notice the museum space. Okay, we are now at point 7, which is the space for temporary exhibition, which is accessible from the parking as well. And this area is where the atrium is, as in a bit in between space for the galleries and the rest of the museum complex, by connecting lower level physically and upper level visually. The lower ground galleries are the war galleries, while the above one are the armed forces. From lower ground, one can go from point 11 and aviation gallery, a link between the up and down, and leading to the army gallery. Now, all the heavy vehicles and exhibits are at the ground level, so that they can be easily served with their maintenance. All the military galleries are divided into permanent physical space and are about 50 meters in height, while the war ones are 80 meters. The garden cafe is right next to the museum exit, near to the Hall of the Memory, and the transition space which are facilitated by the steps or ramps are filled with the sky that we will see in the coming visuals. So moving to the next. So this diagram showing the distribution of the schemes and spaces through our palette. Next slide. These are the parking layouts containing services, as well as the basement parking one showing the connection with temporary exhibition space. Next. Next, yeah. Here it is a section made to the central part of the museum, showing different sets of volumes and the enclosures. From left, the reading area and as part of auditorium cutting into the space. Then we see the atrium that we talked about earlier, and then galleries. Paper kit, which is an experimental material used to clad the facade of the museum. It is light in weight, showing some texture and color of the concrete, giving a post-war material look to the museum. To hang the aircraft, I use this grip lock system and studies from the Canadian War Museum, the green group system for this museum. The use of the volunteers and the waffle slab to extend and get most of the space. The set of sketches on the right conceptualize the different enclosures one finds the museum. Next. Other sets of sections cut from various locations to describe the other dimension of the spaces and their relation with each other. If we focus one in the bottom right, it illustrates the dimension of a museum with the India Gate, sort of acting as a homage to the one who existed and not surpassing its scale. The elevation on the left shows the monolithic volumes and the punctures through it. Each block has a flat roof except the Hall of Memory. This is because to give it a special attention and a cognitive image that it's a volume of memory. So this connection will be developed for not only those who are visiting, but also for those who are passing by. Next slide, please. Now going through some visuals and diagrams, the entrance is huge opening in this standing facade. It gives no clue what is in there inside the museum, but once you enter the image at the right, which you see, I call the first window, gives the first look at the same to generate the curiosity and then disconnecting from the place you have come here. Next slide. This is the reading space which I talked about. You see the first window on the left and the last one on the right. The volume extending from the auditorium the workshop glazing in the lower side, the sketch, especially the ramp showing the mimicry of the bunker. I want you all to take a look at the sketch named Sky and imagine that what if we can bring the sky and the light and its best into the space every time you use its ramps and staircase to transit. Next. So this is how it looked. As study from Sir Korea's work, this has a psychological impact on a person by bringing sky in. And then we have this concept of extended volume, the balcony, where one cannot reach to the space, but he or she can still be able to connect and interact. So the attempt was to surpass the entrance and see what the museum is before actually entering into it. Here in the front is the gallery of army, and then your restaurant on the right. Next slide. Now, next slide, please.
Yogyavinder, 10 minutes up.
Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So now the visual is left, shows the atrium, how it located, and the water body where the trees are, cooling the volumes and sort of enclosing its own ecosystem. And then the corner of the nooker where one takes the steps to reach the roof of the auditorium and can see the India Gate. Next slide. This collage displays the drama between the light and dark, the natural light with built mass to evoke the movements and the interaction. As it fills the space, it is interesting how same space acts differently. The exploded diagram to show the various components of the museum. Next slide, please. Here we see the block model of the museum with three-dimensional arrangement of the layers to show how everything comes all together while locating different various programs, and the circulation matrix shows the possible movement pattern. So yellow for the exit pattern, red for entry, green for restaurant, brown for auditorium, blue for galleries on the top, while the dotted one for the galleries at the lower ground. Other diagrams showing the other components developed to enhance the spatial quality and public engagement with the spaces. Next slide. Looking at the entrance of the first war gallery, we can notice the atrium space meant for temporary exhibition also, with multiple entry creating a sort of confusing from where to enter. You end up at the same space. As it disconnects with the natural light, the war galleries are materialized with different sets of colors and texture to create distinctions. Next slide. The image in the left at the bottom is the large gallery at the lower level from where one go up. As you go up, the sets of evolved aircraft has been exhibited, giving multi-angle looks to it. Again, the sun fills the space and bring the connection of the sky with the Air Force. We land at the Army Gallery where we have two sections, artillery and temporary exhibition space. For tanks, the thoughts have been painted by setting them in the context by using the trees of the site in the background. Next slide. This nooker is placed between the three services, gallery, Army, Air Force, and Navy. As you stand here, one feels to be part of it. There's a history where we have forgotten our army. This sculpture park is to uplift them and narrates a military landscape. So next slide. This is a dramatic introduction of Air Force in the fleet of Navy. When the Navy becomes a three-dimensional force, the space encompasses the emptiness and the light and you with a sense of history. Next slide. Next slide. In the continuation of Navy Gallery, it connects the next gallery showing the parachute forces. So the museum not only show the exhibit, but also the way it should project them. So the connection of them is in natural state is necessary for the user experience, adding quality dimension. Next slide. Last but not the least is the memory. So the idea behind the Hall of Memory is emptiness, because sometimes we don't design the space, but the emptiness that it carries. The absence of the braves is missed. However, as the sun revolves, the lay of right fills the space and reveals the names of our brave souls written over the walls. Next slide. These two slides are basically giving the outside of the museum, the combination of green and gray. Next slide. And next slide, please. So concluding with this thought that this is all about the National War and Military Museum, and an attempt from where I started and wished to show you all the emptiness, a tribute, a continuum of the past and present, and to evoke the emotion of young and old, to make a museum itself as an artifact, other than being just a building that houses artifacts. Thank you all for this opportunity.
Over to the jury. Would Professor Srivatsan like to start this time?
Yeah, thank you. I think the interesting part of the presentation was to build this whole project around the question of experience and producing some very impressive visuals about how different kinds of spaces evoke different kinds of moods and so on and so forth. Those are very commendable aspects of that. Of course, at the beginning, the presentation also mentioned something about public asset, like some evoking the comparison with the guards and so on. So I was expecting that apart from being a museum that's focused more internally with the experience and the artifacts, it's also going to look at it as a part of a larger effort to create some kind of a public space, also given its location and context. So I thought that was a very important point, but I'll come to that. Now, just going with what has been accomplished, as I told you, to build a narrative and use that narrative, build a narrative around experience and use it to design the spaces inside is a good move. But what I thought one could have pushed this further is essentially conceptualizing the museum as some kind of a geography of different experiences. There's always a little difficulty in conceptualizing a war museum. You know, what would you want to focus on? The heroics, the care and concern, martyrdom. What is that would one want to communicate through this experience? And I'm sure there are different kinds of things. There is tragedy, there is loss, there is victory, there is sense of heroicness, and also some sense of reflection about the effects of any war, and also some troubled history of the military itself. Though that may not be a central feature, but one could have taken cognizance of this competing experiences, and one could have seen this building as a geography of different experiences and thus different devices for different communication, those kind of experiences. And I also thought one could have pushed the devices to evoke these experiences a little more, rather than just only relying on volumes, light, and sky, and that monumental thing. Maybe there is, but at least the visuals are more focusing on that. Some tactility, some other means of communicating this experience could have been brought up. Maybe it is there in the design, but I didn't really see it. My second point is that public asset, which it started off, but it never built. So one never got a sense of how this museum is sitting on the site. What does it do to the adjoining open fields? And it's not just the museum. People come and it's part of the larger green. So people sit around, use it. So how does this object work with that kind of a thing? And so what happens to the walls and the people on the outer green? And with these huge bare stark walls, one could have even used the surface a little more. Actually, if it were to be viewed as some, the walls themselves being something communicating, to people who use the adjacent area. So that larger question of sight and what happens around the building, and that could have been a little. And I'm sure you would know that museums are always charged with some kind of evocative values, which is not only within what it has, but also as an object on a garden or a site. What does it do? And what does it do to buildings around, which you made a quick reference to about the buildings around. So what is your position in terms of what values as a form and the aesthetics of the building have? Is there, you have something to say? When you could disagree, you could still make a strong statement. Whatever that be, that could have been stated, and your architectural choices, both in terms of that stark form, the material, etc., that could have been as an expression or something that embodies your position there, could have sort of connected. So these are three areas which I thought all of them have been addressed, but I'm only making points of saying how you could push this a little further, and probably sort of some have been accomplished, but some needs to be addressed. Thanks.
Sanjeev, would you like to go next? Or?
Sure, Vijay. I got it pretty much, just like Srivastava Sama. I couldn't agree more. The strengths to my mind were, you got the concept right in terms of at a museum, You arrive, and then you have a series of experiences with transitions built in between. That sort of came through the cases. And then you sort of built on it using the geometry very well, right? Building volumes, sections, cutouts, sunlight, sky, Air Force, Army, right? I thought that was cool. That sort of worked very well. Now, where it didn't work for me, war is a touchy subject. On one hand, you sort of have a celebration of the valor of people who participated. We want to celebrate the spirit for doing good stuff for the nation and the motherland. But on the other hand, it's about bloodshed, and it's about the poignancy to my mind. For example, moving and touching in a subtle way. So if you recall the ending of the Border movie, right? The way Border movie ends. On one hand, they won, but on the other hand, it's not such a happy feeling. It's that value ideal which Stevenson was saying, or Kevin Lynch's term would be value ideals. Is that poignancy, that that feel that the building could have expressed, that's larger than simple geometry of it, but that feeling, if you had sort of worked on it a little more. And then you refer to the site, and then maybe you are out of time, and maybe you sort of related to the larger stuff around. But these were the two weaknesses to my mind. But as I said, the strengths were critical as well. Over to Bijoy.
Yeah, so thinking of it as a practicing architect, I mean, what's really commendable, I think, Yogevinder, is that the visuals are incredibly powerful. They're evocative. They remind me of this thing that Khan said. A young student came to him and asked him about the golden, flowing, jointless material in his mind. And then when he draws it, it's less, immediately you've lost everything because you can't translate it. And these images evoke those sensations of this kind of incredible, almost, primordial sort of space. So congratulations on that. But just taking that, a little forward, what then, limits the translation of these incredible images into real architecture? What happens? So for instance, architects are always trying to do that, to find again the ruins. So you look at John Soane's drawings of the Bank of England, or you look at Leverentz's windows, or Utzon's wonderful villa in Mallorca. These are all buildings that are trying to go past all of the armature of modern architecture. So where are the AC ducts? Where are the window frames? Where are the railings? And all of these, the detritus of our modern life, they sort of impact that purity of that image, which is so evocative in your drawings. And I think that, of course, Yogevinder, you've transitioned past a very important threshold, which is to sort of imagine. And now there's this other threshold now that, you need to now translate this wonderful evocative imagination into something that then incorporates all of this stuff that we need, in a building in Delhi, for instance, So how do we deal with services? How do we deal with all of the armature of, modern architecture? And the question about context, of course, both Srivatsan and Sanjeev have raised that question, and it's a really interesting site. It's the center of, our consciousness as architects or urban designers. It's kind of, the modern city plan, So how does this building contribute or respond to that context? And so you seem to have sort of just not really addressed it. And so that may have been a missed opportunity. But having said all that, I really enjoyed your presentation, your drawings, and these amazing, amazing renderings. So thanks for that.
Thank you all. Can I make some comments over the questions and the comments raised? Okay, so I think the part of showing how the hardship the military actually goes and to translate that sort of a military landscape within a museum is quite critical and should be addressed more. I sort of tried, if you look at slide number 36, where I call this lifting the forgotten army, where we sort of forget our army and then the false facading using that, the decaying of the material, the war period where the bullets are there and immersed on it, and sort of creating a dead landscape. So I saw, and they are under the direct sun. So, and when you go around that area and you picture yourself to be a part of it. So sort of, I have started doing that. And I think talking about the regional connectivity, so when you talk about how it's setting in the context, so basically we have India Gate in very proximity as well as in War Memorial. So for that thought, if you go to this slide number, say 31, you can see that there's a space, a triangular space where the staircase leading to the roof of the auditorium. So the walls are speaking the story about the India Gate, how it has been, developed. And as you move on the staircase and reach to the top of the auditorium, the side that you get is the India Gate. And not only that, just the supposition of the blocks are made randomly, but they are sort of, getting connected with the access connection of the police memorial that you have here near and the red post. So sort of those angles were also considered in the aspects. That's true. I couldn't actually elaborate more due to time constraints. But yeah, and thank you very much. And I'll work further for this project. Thank you for your comments, everyone.
Yes, that was interesting. And since we don't have any questions from the audience, I guess we will move on to the next presenter. Thank you, 02.
The next presenter, serial number 8, redevelopment of Central Market, Mangalore.
Ma'am, can we have the next number pick before that?
Yes. In the meantime, we also pick the lot for the subsequent presenter, that would be 04 with a long title, Reconsolidating Community Practices of the Existing Glass Bangle Artisans of Firozabad Eco-Industrial Center. 04, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Presence? Yes,
Yes,
thank you. Thank you. So please use the time to get set up and prepare for your presentation. And we now request 08, redevelopment of Central Market, Mangalore, to commence.
Yes, ma'am.
Your time starts now.
Hello.
You can start.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, respected sir, madam. My project is redevelopment of Central Market, Mangalore, Karnataka. Next slide. This slide is about what is a market. A market is a space where people gather like a community space and the interaction happens. We can say that markets are a vibrant space which strengthen the locality and catalyze the neighborhood developments. Next slide. So mine is a redevelopment project where an existing market is present, which is going to be demolished, and the government is going to redevelop a new building. So basically mine is a live project. So 02 is about my synopsis, my aim, scope and objectives. And the next is about the problems which are faced in the existing building. That is insufficient sales space and circulation, parking problems, inadequate drainage and waste disposal. And 03 is about my methodology, where my project is divided into city level, site level, and the proposal. And 04 is about the area program, and 05 is design guidelines. Next slide, please. So next slide is about my city level study. And this is about the location of my site and the connectivity to Mangalore city. We have NH17 passing through the center of Mangalore. And we have a city road network map where we can see the arterial and subarterial, collector and local streets. Next slide. So this is about the history of Mangalore, like the rulers who ruled the Mangalore, and the below is the map about the trading routes which were from international and national and interstate. Next slide. So this next slide is about the climate of Mangalore. We have heavy rainfall, high humidity, and very hot summers. These are some of the sketches on design considerations. Next slide. This slide is about the land use of Mangalore city, and right side is the Next slide. Next slide. This slide is about the land use of Mangalore city, and the right side are the inferences. So basically we have more number of commercial spaces in these areas, and as this area was used for trading, we can see some residential buildings mainly along the inner streets and commercial along the roads. Next slide. Next slide is of about social infrastructure. And these are some of the main major landmarks, which are mainly church, temple, colleges, community halls. Next slide. This slide is about the age of the buildings map. So we can make out in this is more number of older buildings are present in the west side of the map, where most of them are dating back to 75 to 100 years. And then we can see how the city grew as we move towards the east, where we get to see more number of modern buildings. This slide is about the physical infrastructure map. Next slide. This slide is about the heights map. Can you go back to the back? This slide is about the heights map, and we can see the relation between age and heights, where we have more number of G+1 structures on the western side and eastern side, and more than G+1 structures. Next slide. So this is Nolly's map, built versus unbuilt. Next slide. So this is about the site level study, where we have a site which is surrounded by the existing roads on all sides, and the site is having a difference of 5 meters from east to west. So the analysis is that we have an existing pattern of pedestrian and vehicular movement, basic wind direction and sun path, and the water flow. Next slide. So the next is about the site context, about the surrounding shops and around the sites. Analysis is we do not have the same shops opposite to each other, that is on either sides of the road. Like we have, if we have a hardware shop in the central market building, we do not have the same shop opposite side to it. Next slide. So this is about the activity mapping. The activity starts at 4 a.m. in the morning. I have basically made activity pattern maps for 4 hours of intervals, starting from 4 a.m. morning to night 8 p.m. So this is from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. And the main activity happening at this time is loading and unloading of the trucks, which are present all over the roads around the site. And we can see the wholesale market happening on all the workers carrying the goods in carts or on their heads. We do not have any shops open here. Only we have is a wholesale market, which is on the western side of the site. So these are my analysis and inferences of the interval of the time. Next slide. Next is from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. We do not have any unloading happening from the trucks, but we can see the loading and which takes place because once good is unloaded and then it is stored at the same place, and then it is loaded to the local vendors for the retail sale. We can see that the shadows of the building, where the shadows are used for storing the goods which was unloaded in the morning, as they have less go down space. During this time, this is the peak hours where we can see people going to office, children to school from the car street areas through this market road. Next slide. Next is the activity from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Where we can see less activity because it's the time where the sellers and shop owners close the shop and go for lunch. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this slide is activity from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. where we can see more number of activities around the site. Street vendors come along the side of the main two roads of the market and sell. So due to this, people stop their vehicle and buy from them, which causes vehicular traffic. This slide is about my comparative studies of my case studies of Panjim market, Goa, and KR market and Malleshwaram market from Bangalore. This slide is about the detailed area statements and design guidelines of the existing shops and proposed shops. Next slide. This is about my main concepts based upon this aspects that is contours, wind and sun path and fish market. Next slide. All these concepts I will explain in the ground floor plan, like how I use them in my design. Next slide. So this is about my 4 different zonings on different aspects, keeping all the concepts in mind. These are the 4 zonings which have arrived to a final zoning, which is in the next slide. Next slide. So this is about my final zoning, my final conceptual sketches, which is on the right side, where street vendors selling along the roadside, main plaza entering to the building, and the sloping roof. Next slide. This slide is about my main concepts, that is visual connectivity at any part of the building or street. As I said, the people walking across the street should be able to find the shop and get inside the building. As these are some of the sketches, like how I used this concept, that is by using contours and with split levels. I have basically made an entire floor plate to 4 different levels, which I am going to explain in ground floor plan. Next is about my different stages of my project, like how the form has been developed, looking at the vernacular style. So this slide is the ground floor plan, where I'm going to explain all my concepts in this plan. So the red color highlighted ones are the stairs, lifts, ramps. So basically I have made 3 typologies of shops based on the grid. That is primary shops with the 5 by 5 meter grid, and secondary shops with 2.5 by 5 meter grid, and then stalls with 2.5 by 2.5 meter grid. Next slide. So this is the green color is vegetable market, and red is the fish market. Next slide. So now I'll explain about the contour concept which I have used in the design. So next slide. This is the blue color one, is the one floor plate which is at level 1. Next slide. This is another floor plate which is at second level. Next slide. This is another floor plate which is at third level. Next slide. And this is the another floor plate which is at 4th level. So all these levels are at 1.4 meter difference, which are connected through stairs, and all the levels have an entry which is accessed through the roads due to the contour. So any person at any level or at any point can see all the shops with visual connectivity. So as we go higher, the cutout which we can see gets bigger and bigger. In the meat market, we have fish stalls and meat stalls, which have a large platform for cutting and cleaning and unloading. So now we go up to this. How we go up to this levels is in this slide. So as we can see the arrows, we go from A to B, B to C, and C to D, like they are connected through the stairs and goes on. And from C to 4 is connected through a bridge, which is the main connection from vegetable market and to the meat market. So this is basically done because a person can get to see all the shops, and the sellers can also have a benefit of that. As we can see in the view where the pathway is highlighted and the steps are connected to the different levels. Next slide. So these are my entry points of the building. We have 5 entries to the vegetable market and 3 entries to the meat market. All these entries are double height and triple height spaces, where we have an main entry to the building from southwest corner of the site, and is a triple height space which can be used for the wholesale market in the morning and street vendors in the evening. Next slide. So this is about my axis concept which I have used in the zoning. The red ones are the primary axis and the yellow ones are the secondary axis. Next slide. So these are the areas where the street vendors can still, they have a platform of 0.65 meters from the ground, which are on the main roads of the building, where this is one of the main existing activity. So on the northern side, the area is provided for the loading and unloading and for the waste management. And next we have the vehicular ramps to go to the basement of the building. Next slide. So adding all these concepts, this is the final proposed activity, and even considering the present activity pattern. So A, B, and C, D are the details of the plan where the major activity takes place. Next slide. So this is the lower and upper ground floor plan where all the levels are same as the ground floor plan. A, B, C are the views at that point in the plan. Next slide. So this is the basement floor plan where we have two-wheeler and four-wheeler parking. Next slide. Next is the first floor plan and different views at ABC. We have a huge entry plaza, which is a triple height space, which can be seen from B view. As we go higher, the cutouts get bigger to maintain the visual connectivity. Next slide.
Nilesh, 13 minutes up.
Yes. 15 minutes are done. Hello. Next slide.
You have 2 minutes more.
Yes, sir. Next slide. This is the second floor plan where the views from second floor levels of the building can be seen. We have the third floor plan, and then this is the section at AA dash, and ABC are the details from the section where the blue highlighted area is the visual connectivity happening to the roads and the streets, where my main concept was to keep the visual connectivity from building to the streets. If a person wants to find any shop, it has to be visually connected to him. So next slide is about section BB and section CC, and ABC are the details from the section. Next slide. These are the sections and the details and some of the views at that point. Next slide. Next slide are the elevations from the southern side and western side, where we have the main entry, which is the triple height space, and some of the views of the building. Next slide. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do we give over to Bijoy to start?
Thanks, ma'am. And thanks, Nilesh, for your presentation. I only have some sort of technical questions. The first is with regards to the existing market and your proposal for this market. I mean, is there a way, I don't know how much time we have, but is there a real qualitative improvement in the way that the markets are working? I mean, it doesn't seem, at least at first cut, to be substantially different in terms of how you're organizing, various conditions that markets require, like loading, unloading, or traffic movement, getting into the basements. It's still, I mean, these are the challenges. Most of these markets are in very, very sort of crowded places. So how do you manage this now that you've got the opportunity to change it? So that evaluation would have been useful as part of your presentation. It also seems, I'll just finish and then after the other jurors, you can respond. With regards to the height of the buildings, it seemed like these buildings were all taller than 15 meters. And so there are all kinds of fire implications for these buildings. And so have you thought of that? Is that something that you've considered in terms of, how, stair distances, fire, tender access, etc.? Again, markets have, the potential to be fairly dangerous, lots of people in there. So that egress and stuff like that. The third thing was about the rain. You have a lot of these double height, triple height volumes, and it's in Mangalore. So I was concerned. And usually when we try to propose these things in Mangalore or in any place where there's a lot of rain, our clients always come back with reservations. But apart from these technical things, I also, the market as a project is a wonderful proposition, because it is the coming together of a lot of people. This idea of trade, I mean, the start of cities in a way, it is the place where everything in a way began. And it then prompts us to think of what it means to to make a very large space where many people can congregate and feel in a way, really to be in a city, to be sort of urban. somehow this, the proposal that you've made has become quite utilitarian in a sense, in the way that it's organized. It doesn't evoke that quality of, being in communal space, being together, buying things together, exchanging things together, etc. So that, in my mind, as a market, that's the central question. How do you make congregational space of a certain value? Yeah, just these three things. Thank you.
Yes. Should I tell? Should I
Yes,
answer
please.
soon? So the existing intervention and the proposed one, I've used all the activities, existing activities as the same. If a person is existing activity, if a person is moving from office to their home from these roads, the existing vendors come to these roads and sell their products, so sell their goods. So I've used that as a main thing, given more space for the parking on the right, on the side of the roads, and utilized most of the spaces for giving. The main concept was giving it to the local vendors. So in the morning, where the wholesale market happens, there only these local vendors. In the evening, they come and sell their goods. And talking about the basement, I've given one more entry to the basement from the northern side, where and I've used the road pattern, existing road pattern. So the vehicular movement will be on the clockwise, as the it is on one way. So next, coming to the heights of the building, I've given bigger cutouts and used mainly the fire staircases also. Uh, then have given the setback of around 9 meters, and again it is a 12 meters road adding to it. So about the rain, if I'm talking about, is I've given the sloping roofs, but these main double-lighted spaces, and actually it doesn't work if it tells. Then yeah. So
Would
Thanks.
the other, yeah, would the other jurors like to revert? Bijoy, if you have something to say further?
I think, the idea of a vertical market, though exciting, because market we have traditionally conceptualized as some horizontal facility, which is more working with the street indirectly and so on. Uh, but uh, uh, but the design makes certain assumptions in conceptualizing a vertical market. The first assumption is that you need so much facility, for a small town, Bangalore, all in one place over 6 floors, etc. So there's a challenge there to justify of building such a huge vertical facility in that place. So if we go past that and grant it that you need larger space, then the question is, how much can you do and how to do it? Now, in the how to do it, the design assumes that all the shops will behave like a supermarket, like Spencer's. Okay, very neatly worked within the given unit space, and it will be all plastic wrappered, and people come in a queue, and so it sort of reimagines the transaction from what is a little more impulsive, spontaneous, etc., with a little different way of organizing into something more like a departmental store. So I'm not sure if such a conception is grounded in the way in which markets function, particularly in the Bangalore's context. And if that's not the case, then the vertical stacking in the manner that it is stacked, one really wonders how this will happen. And also, these are large space, large transactions, so you need to probably go up and down, moving your heavy bags, even if I have to be shopping there. and so on. So there is this whole need and concern of how do you conceptualize a market in a vertical thing, and how much is that with the 2 floors, or so, which can be arrived at by making some quantitative and a financial analysis of the need of the place. And probably that's where the program could have been a little more rigorously arrived at. And then if you were to even stack it, then one could be doing it a little more sensitively, apart from the questions which Bijoy asked. To me, this is like it's like in any other retail, a mall kind of an arrangement. You neatly stack floors above floors. So the design does not take cognizance not only behavior, but also the nature of the product that is being sold. These are, very difficult products and these also have to be sold within a day, and the kind of nature of waste that is produced. So how do you store them? How do you display them? How do you sell them? Even a cursory look at Coimbatore, which is one of the largest markets designed by an architect in Chennai, you would know even spreading only horizontally, just a ground floor has its humongous complications there. So you would have had multiple challenges. And the second point is how does it work within the context? So the detailed analysis of various forms, connections, roads and traffic, etc. were done, but how do you respond to those when you build this facility? If you have already narrow roads and so much traffic, whether your exits and your vehicular movement and etc., how will those streets handle? And also you are analyzing to a great extent the grain and the form, etc. around, and suddenly here comes a very huge form, sort of towering over that place. So how does it work contextually within the forms that's surrounding them? So one could have also approached the design from those aspects as well. I think a lot more could have been done in this, from programming to the design resolution.
I'll agree with both Shivatsan Saab and Bijoy. What I got was that the first 15 or so slides, you sort of showed us great promise with the mapping of land uses and community space and infrastructure, and sort of build up a suspense. And the bazaar is really the heart of the Indian city. Enough, scholarship exists on this idea as starting from, I would think, Delhi Master Plan and Chandigarh. These documents sort of talk about how central the bazaar is to the way Indian cities organize and function, right? So you build up that suspense, and we were all curious. And then it sort of turns out that, the building is utilitarian, though this opportunity sort of comes only in 50 years, 70 years, 80 years, when you revisit a market and you say, all right, let's try organize it in a different manner, right? Redevelopment is once in several generations, especially in congested dense settings of the bazaar district. That didn't happen, but more importantly to my mind, the changing economic base of the city, right? I mean, this was the way organized perhaps at a certain point in time, but we know the economy is changing. And so if you had done some sort of a economic assessment, right? I'm thinking of if there was an economic development planner on the jury, they would have gone ballistic. They wouldn't know what would happen, because what existed and what is being proposed, unless we know what's the economic base, what kind of actual economic activity is taking place, how it has shifted over time, and where it is projected to go in the next few decades, especially with online shopping, all kind of new products, changing approaches, changing consumer behavior, and so on and so forth. So, those two would have made a difference to my mind, a finer economic analysis and the sort of larger context that was touched upon, and then a little more creative approach to organizing of this space, sort of suiting the 21st century sensibilities of both aesthetics and consumer seller interaction.
Would the participant like to respond or?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So talking about this thing, the context, they have used the vernacular style with the modern architecture. The one is with using of the GI sheets for the sloping roof. I've used them for the G+3 structure. So talking about the vernacular style, which is one more is the with high platforms, giving the high platforms to the on the other side of the market where the sloping of the site actually works. One is that thing. Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you so much, participant 08.
Thank you.
We now move on to the fourth presentation, that is participant 20NUG thesis 04 with the project on Firozabad, the glass bangle artisans. And before that, we pick the subsequent presenter, that would be 07 Temple of Dhaus, Living Museum and Adept Academy in Bepur. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Wonderful, wonderful. So 04 can start. Dominic, sir, does the time start now?
Yes, ma'am, the time starts now.
Ma'am, I can't see the screen actually. Is it being presented? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. I would like to begin with the quote by Alvar Aalto, which states, "Architecture belongs to a culture and not to a civilization." So, Cut by Glass is an attempt to reconsolidate the community practices of the existing glass bangle artisans of Firozabad, an attempt to make a model for an eco-industrial center. So we move on to the next slide. Yes, sir. So the condition in the existing Firozabad factories where glass bangles are produced, it's really serious and insensitive. Though it is the only heart in the entire world which produces bangles and distributes it to the entire world, the condition of these artisans is very bad. There is no minimum wages act. There is pollution. They use children in carrying out the day-to-day activities of the factories. There is no sustainable paradigm followed. The children have poor vision. There is more mortality rate, more stillbirth rate. They don't have proper lighting conditions and whatnot. So we move on to the next slide. So I try to devise a methodology and I try to formulate how I would move forward with my thesis, doing different kinds of inquiries there, empirical, subjective, studying about the norms of the different organizations of the United Nations and the industrial bylaws, the NBC. We did some literature studies, case studies, went there in the site and tried to understand about how ecological industrial clusters functions. Mainly, I would try to focus on the industrial symbiosis, a technique in which the raw materials are basically come from the waste materials from another factory. So since in the production of these bangles, they use broken bangles and broken glass pieces. So how to incorporate it within a system and propose an intervention through architecture. We move on to the next slide. So as you can see that this has been a heritage since the 1500 century. Basically during the time of Akbar it started, and then the Britishers came, and till date it continues. However, the plight of these artisans decreased since Firozabad comes just near Agra. It falls under the Taj trapezium zone. The Taj was getting polluted, and so they had to shift from the coal to the cleaner fuel. So it was very easy for the other glass manufacturing factories who were more focused on manufacturing lampshades, chandeliers, glass bottles, etc. And the young adults, they shifted from making these glass bangles to those factories. So there was a big difference in the level of scale and the level of skills and how these workers got implemented. So I'll take you through to what kind of furnaces are used there in the factory. There are three main furnaces which is used: the open pot furnace, which is 19 number as of now in Firozabad, the closed pot furnace, and the muffle furnace, which is the bangle baking furnace. So I would be taking, for the model, I would be taking a ratio of 6:2:24, wherein for one pot furnace, you require 4 baking furnaces. So that is the ratio I would carry forward for my proposed model. And move on to the next slide. Yeah, so as you can see the visuals of the pot furnaces and the existing condition of the factories there, I also tried to map and understand how these furnaces are constructed very much sustainably. And as per a study from Terry, I also got to know the different kinds of energy derivations and the different kinds of ergonomics required for an architectural standards required for setting up these kind of factories. So we'll move on to the next slide. So this is a profiling of Firozabad. We'll talk about this in the next slide. So yes, for choosing my site, I basically tried to map the air polluting index of the city. Because like there were 3 air monitoring stations, 1, 2, and 3. 1 being at the entry of the city through on the Firozabad Agra National Highway, and the city falls exactly in the mid of the highway. 3 being the center of the town where most of the gas spangle factories are there, and the 2 being the outskirts where a new bypass is being developed. So that so the second monitoring station gave the least amount of index, and there has been a proposal to set up different kinds of industries there. Also, the location of different truck depots and the logistics there makes it very viable to not interrupt any kind of movement within the city, and it would also shift the industries from within the city to the outskirts. They're like in a way cleansing the city. So the site was very much better, and the site is just located beside the glass development, center of glass development industry of the country. So we move on to the next slide. This is a macro analysis in which I tried to list down the different kinds of like the existing land use, the different kinds of buildings there, the partnerships involved in the different kinds of industries there, and whether it is viable to set up there or not. We move on to the next slide. I tried to map the different movements of the different kinds of vehicles there, be it logistics, be it related to the services, be it also related to the garbage, the drainage, everything there. And then the selection of the site, like it helped me in the selection of the site to make it more precise. We'll move on to the next slide. Finally, I arrived at a site which is just beside the Central Glass Development Institute. This would be this would be the inception of a model of an eco-industrial center, and which can be expanded on either sides and on the plots existing nearby. So this is the basic site analysis which I could do regarding the wind, the drainage, and all the patterns, and which helped me to come to a conclusion regarding the form and the type of ecology how I would like to implement it on the site. We move on to the next slide. So this is the basic site section, wherein it is proposed that the transmission line is going to be shifted. We move on to the next slide. So Firozabad basically has a unique blend of rawness and intricacy, because it's fully in red brick color. People don't plaster their walls outside. So this was a character which I would like to continue, just providing it like an incremental identity to the city. Right now, they don't have any iconic or iconic buildings there, which can be an identity of the city. So hence, I tried to formulate a design mood related to it. We move on to the next slide. Hello. Yes. So I tried to study about the forms, and I derived the conclusion that curvilinear forms in such kind of a site would impart less embodied energy. It would impart maximum daylight saving in these areas, and also buffers there in between. So I tried to study the different kinds of ideologies related to cleaner production and green building, the different kinds of passive cooling techniques that can be applied there, and to make providing in a more eco-sensitive way. So this is the basic diagram which I came up with. We move on to the next slide. Based on the following, the main intention was to purify the entire site with what is already existing in the manufacturing. That is a space which is needed for realization, water for passive cooling, the fire, earth, air, whatever. And I try to combine them into different functions and try to implement it on the site. Also, there is an attempt to divide the formal and informal spaces and create a liminal space in between, where the transitions and the interactions can happen with the visitors, the administration, with the workers. So basically, you feel involved in the community when you enter the site. And also, there is an attempt to create economic, environmental, and socio-cultural resilience. We move on to the next slide. Hence, I tried to develop some kind of connection on the site, creating some visual access, and tried to place the different blocks, as in which would be very much proper to connect the different elements based on the physical, psychological, and social grounds. And there are different kinds of elements which I would like to incorporate here, which would try to attract the eye of the beholder. The wind towers, a combined chimney, rain gardens, bioswales. So I try to incorporate them into my design. We move on to the next slide. This is how I formulated the massing and mapping. I tried to develop a cognitive mapping and try to establish a relationship wherein the entire solution would provide some kind of belongingness both to the workers, the administration, and how the different kinds of branches are correlated with it. And I tried to move forward, which I'll show in my design. We'll move on to the next slide. These are a few preliminary sketches which I could derive to. We'll move on to the next slide. So this would be the master plan. So as you can see, there is an entry from this side. This would be the main entry, which is bidirectional. This is a service entry. You enter here. You come across. You come through a market here. You take the other direction would be for the parking. There is this big biosphere here. This is the skill development center here. There is this administrative block here, which is joined by a transition zone here with the bead making factory here. This entire unit would be dedicated to the bangle making factory, and this would be the warehouse and the logistic unit. The effluent treatment plant and the filtration zone would be at the southeastern part of the site, followed by the recuperator zone and the zone where the substations are placed. There is a nursery placed at the south as well. The wall of the bangle making unit is a living wall, bio wall, for making it for a more better eco-sensitive approach. And all the buildings have been awarded with solar panels on the roof, and they have extensive green roofs and intensive green roofs at places. We move on to the next slide.
10 minutes up.
We move on to the next slide. Can we move on to the next slide? Am I audible? Hello. Yes. So these would be a few views of the factory from the entry as well as from in between. We'll move on to the next slide. So the different kinds of trees, I tried to allocate them to different parts of the site related to the function and what they do. Nitrogen fixers, some which capitalize the daylight, which cleanse, some are pollutant indicators. So these would be strategically placed throughout the site. I'll move on to the next slide. So this is the lower ground floor plan, basically consisting of services and logistics. We'll move on to the next slide. So this would be basically one unit. As you can see, the 6 hot furnace units we have taken. There is a through and through evacuation here, and then there is the service row here. We'll move on to the next slide. Similarly, the first it's of double height. So the second floor there, so the first floor there, after the upper ground floor, the first floor there on top is basically for maintenance and surveillance there. So we move on to the next slide. Next slide. Yes, sir. So this would be the bioretention. Through this section, you can see how the factory has been cut and how the entire activities are taking place. The spillover activities are taking place more closer to the biospheres, and the other activities which include which revolve around the furnaces are taking inside. And if we can move on to the next slide where I can show the detail of the factory. So this would be the factory unit, basically the different kinds of furnaces. This would be the pot furnaces, the lower ground floor, where you can access there at the bottom the collector pit to collect the sludge. The detail has been mentioned above. This is the jali wall here. So basically, to control the daylight, there has been a jali wall provided at the upper level, whereas the lower level has a through and through vision. And for ventilation as well, there is this bio wall here on the southern and southwestern side. And then there is this lift taking the whatever the finished process there, taking it and carrying it above. The wind tower at the top acts for channeling more current, brings in more wind into the building. We'll move on to the next slide. This is a detail of the bio wall which tried to carry out. We move on to the next slide. These are the skill development centers, the plans. So different functions, the workshop units and the workshop zones present here, the canteens and the places of the places of interaction, they are present within the site, within the building of the industry skill development center. We'll move on to the next slide.
Nilanjan, 13 minutes up.
Yes, sir. We'll move on to the next slide. So this is an elevation of the skill development center. We'll move on to the next slide. This is a lateral elevation of the skill development center adjoining the OET pool and the area of recreation there. We'll move on to the next slide. So a 170-degree courtyard has been, viewing angle courtyard has been tried to, this is called the Garden of Reconciliation, which I call it. Funnel shaped, more for interactions, meditations for the workers there, and also for the visitors there to engage with the people there. And the hit and miss pattern of the walls there, like try to control the daylight there, the bay windows, everything trying to make it more engaging with the visitors. We'll move on to the next slide. The next slide. Next slide. So this would be an elevation. So the northern side brings more glare-free light. So we'll move on to the next slide. And I try to reconceptualize the arches present there, which have been already present there. So try to incorporate it with the function and try to design a new kind of a jali. We'll move on to the next slide. This is the bead making factory inside. Hello. We'll move on to the next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So this is the gallery and the administration present there. Next slide. The logistics. Next slide. This is another social hotspot where I try to reinterpret the Agrasen ki Bauli or the kind of stepwells which are prevalent in the northern India, Rajasthan, UP, Delhi. So here in the visitors, the administration people, this is the transition zone there. So there is this big, huge jali wall there with hit and miss pattern facing the north. So the glare-free light illuminates the pool, and it's a nice space of interaction between people there. We move on to the next slide.
Nilanjan, 15 minutes up.
Yes, sir.
Can scroll through the remaining slides.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nilanjan. Now we move on to the jury comments. Srivatsan sir, would you like to go?
Yeah, thanks. Well, the project started very promisingly, and I was quite excited because you started talking in terms of ethnographic, saying who's doing what, how it's done, and then there's some emphasis on production and how the production happens here. And I think the project promised to combine all this and endow this facility further by designing wonderful spaces and comfortable buildings. So the artisan production process is taken care and also provide them with a comfortable space. So it had a very promising beginning, but I thought it just subsequently did not push that and develop. So one didn't get a sense in the new building how this concern for process, artisan process, how the new design adds value to it in terms of facilities or in terms of spaces. So one didn't really get a sense in the new design how things work and how the facilities are much better than what it was before, except that it's a new building. So in terms of its relationship to the way in which things are placed inside, the forms and so on and so forth, the only statement I could sort of record was that you said the curved space is less embodied energy, etc. We'll come to that in a moment. But the beginnings of this project, the strength of this project is how do we endow these artisanal activities in terms of better facilities and, if possible, better technology if you know how to do that. I thought was a central idea. Now, so that I couldn't really get a good sense of the final design. Then the design also sort of ambitiously attempts a couple of things which I thought either could have been fleshed out further or even dropped, because given the limitations, one possibly can't do everything. So some careful choice of what one can focus and what one couldn't is equally an important thing to learn as we go. So for instance, it talks about cognitive mapping, energy performance, and so on and so forth. No, there was only one flashing slide which talks about it. So, I mean, we can't just sort of sort of skim very superficially if we were to engage with cognitive. So one would expect more work and demonstration in terms of how it makes a difference to design, etc. But even if it's not there, it's not a bigger issue. But if you were to state it, then it builds an expectation as to what you have done with it. And my last point before I go to others is that I think much has been now done in passive techniques. I'm saying I'm doing this wall, I'm doing this form, but there needs to be a certain more empirical demonstration of the building's performance. Just by saying I'm putting this or putting that doesn't necessarily guarantee a better performance. So if one were to take that route, which you repeatedly keep coming to, which I think is a good thing to do because when there's no choice these days, it has to be a better performing building. And so if we were to adopt some design strategies or some methods, a certain kind of sections and so on and so forth, one would like to see a certain demonstration as to, empirically, otherwise, to show that this has made a difference, and particularly to the working conditions of this. For example, you're working with furnace, you're working with heat, you're working relatively I'm assuming, a less comfortable environment. So in what way, thermally or otherwise, or how does this change, even if it's by a few degrees or something like that, even if it has to consume a little bit of more energy in terms of its functioning, but produces a much better thermal comfort for the artisans, that is also a significant contribution. So if there were some demonstration saying that the current spaces have this much as the ambient temperature of the working areas, these techniques of sort of reducing it by 2 degrees, for which even have to trade off some energy consumption, which could be a good trade-off to do. So those kind of interesting conversations we could have had. Thanks, I'll just hand it over to Alex.
So can I answer that, sir?
Sure.
So regarding the first thing you said, actually due to the lack of time, I couldn't explain it. But then I'd just like to say that the way in which the layout of these units have been placed, the qualitative understanding was to give a through and through interaction between the people performing different activities there, which you can see, I think, according to me, it was quite visible. And because existing factories, I saw people had no whereabouts about who is doing what. So it gives a visual connectivity as well and a better sense of interaction from people from inside of the building and for people performing as well as outside of the building and also through inside. The second thing is there were different hotspots created for recreation and how the people from different, because right now each individual unit is a different factory there. So when I try to combine the different units through the process of this industrial symbiosis, where you can share the resources amongst yourselves, that itself at the sustainable level creates a kind of linkage between the different factories there. Then the social hotspots which I'm talking about, they try to engage the artisans because right now they don't have any recreational activity, any space to conduct any kind of event for them, no welfare programs. So those spaces have been incorporated as the liminal spaces, which I said, in between the formal and the informal spaces there. So basically that was the idea, sir, to do it. Like qualitatively, that is what I could come up to in terms of engaging the artisans a little bit more. Right now, it's like a shed there is fumes and there is this heat, as rightly told by you, the thermal energy quotient needed to be taken into account. But apart from that, I thought that what I could do more socially and to the psychology of the workers working there. So that was the target. Yes, sir.
Sanjeev ji?
Yeah, to continue the thread from Dr. Srivatsan, I thought this was this was perhaps the most ambitious project we had seen so far. Sort of, you know, it's essentially, you sort of refer to the industrial cluster at some point in time. And that's the phrase that sort of gets to the complexity of it, right? It's several different producers, exchange of all sort of commodities, upstream and downstream linkages, right? It's a microcosm. But on the other hand, it's also a topical subject as regional economies, right? These small specific industry-based regional economies sort of transition into a 21st century India. How do you deal with, you know, 18th, 19th century industrial practices? And it's an intense, brutal environment. If you see Firozabad and the way glass is manufactured and processed and then sold eventually, and you trying to centralize it in one central facility, arguably doable. We imagine there is a central authority that sort of organizes this, but then showing, you know, in terms of outcomes that the quality has improved or would improve in certain ways, demonstrably would have been important. What I also missed was sort of the environmental aspect. I would imagine the most important thing, one of the more important outcomes at this point in time would be sort of an environmental sort of zero energy or net energy, or sort of, you know, zero carbon sort of an status for this industry, when we sort of, if we do an intervention at this scale in this particular, and that aspect would have been a strong aspect of design. So, you know, planning issue at the building scale, difficult to do, but you sort of attempted to do it. And the second, the environmental aspect. These two, to my mind, if added, would have made the project much more stronger than it currently stands. Over to Bijoy.
Yeah, not much more to add. I think Srivatsan and Sanjeev have covered most of the ground, the process, the qualitative improvement in the conditions of the people who are working there. But also, I think going forward, I found that there was a disconnect between the choice of the physical form of this building, this idea that somehow the curved shape would become the most robust and resilient sort of building form in earthquake, etc. I'm not particularly convinced by that. But then the more importantly, I think just in terms of these processes that, you know, one is imagining that maybe these processes are going to change in the way that one is going to produce, you know, these products here. How does this building form allow us to inhabit it now in the most efficient and effective way? And how will it in the future also accommodate these changes? So that skill development center, for instance, the building that you've designed, which is a kind of an oval shape, it's quite a unusual choice for a building that has large classrooms for people for instruction, etc. And you know, it wasn't really immediately apparent why you would do it that way. Of course, you've given the reason of some sort of earthquake resilience, but I found that argument to not hold water, because you also want to connect it back to what it's being used for and for its long-term flexibility as a building form. Yeah, other than that, also the scale, I found the buildings to be really sort of large, and so the rationale for these choices wasn't coming through very clearly. And it may be that it was, I think you just took on, I must compliment the sort of spectrum of things that you sort of tried to address in the project. I mean, it's a, I don't know, 70, 80 page sort of document that, you know, we were given to go through. So there's a lot of work here, and maybe like Srivatsan said, you could have picked your battles and taken the thing that you really want to focus on and try to really delve in. And you may have lost out because of the sort of wide breadth of your interest and application. So thanks for that. But I think, you know, some misses in terms of the building form and these process questions of how it qualitatively improves conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bijoy. We now invite the fifth presenter on the Temple of Tao's Living Museum Adept Academy at Bhopal to commence the presentation. And at this point, we are not calling for the subsequent presenter because I would like to ask the jury, what time would you like to break for lunch? After the sixth presenter, would that be better?
I would prefer we do it after the fifth and come back for the remaining five. You know, if that's all right with Shivat and Saab.
Yeah, I'm fine. I think we can just, after this, we could break and then get back.
Yeah, but pick the next one so they are ready.
Yeah. In which case, we'll pick the next presenter at the close of this presentation on DAOs. Joseph James, are you there? You can start.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Hello, sir. Is it presented?
Yes. As soon as the screen share is seen, you can start.
Okay, ma'am.
The time starts now.
Next slide, please. The craft of Uru making in Beppu on the northern coast of Kerala is as old as beginnings of India's maritime trade with Mesopotamia. Uru is a traditional shipbuilding culture in Kerala, and Uru crafting yards and rather unassuming sheds greets the visitors to the banks of Chalia River. And the launching of the ship is a festive ceremony and a treat to watch. And despite of the immense possibilities in the tourism and the industrial sector, the Uru making industry is neglected from the mainstream, casting a fallen figure. The presented condition of the industry mandates an integrated development proposal that ensures its sustainable growth and empowerment of the marginalized. The thesis aims to exalt the inherited heritage and revitalize the traditional shipbuilding culture of Uru in Baipur by promoting its social, cultural, ecological, and economic sustainability through an integrated architecture solution, a living museum at Academy of those. And this slide shows the traditional process of dough building, where the timber keels are erected, and you can see the existing build conditions which are still primitive. And you can see the influence of the launching of the ship as a festive ceremony. And next slide, sir. Yeah. So the site, Bepur, it is situated at the mouth of Bepur's Chalia River, which discharges into the Arabian Sea, and the topography is nearby to an estuary, and the road connectivity and the rail connectivity are in proximity. And the current site is a pristine land in the banks of Chalia, which was covered with thick vegetation due to its topographic conditions. The land was completely dedicated to Uru-related activities since long time, and over time, land was cleared to create sheds for dough construction and for coconut cultivation. The site facing the river has around 20 adult trees and around 100 of coconut trees. And the condition is like land has a green ceiling punctuated by a dense canopy that permits filtered light from direct sun. Next slide, sir. The microclimate of the site is from the southeast direction of the river, and the microclimate is from the west of the sea, which is in proximity. And being an intact land compromising varied topographical features and thick canopy of trees, the natural features of the site, such as a swamp and such as the contours and the river body and trees, all can be made a part of the design to create a solution. Next slide, sir. Even those specific characteristics of the site was taken addressed and was incorporated for further development. Next slide, sir. In the site analysis, the design could have developed well-defined spaces and circulation paths from the public, students, workers, and visitors, which with the built spaces arranged along the northwest and southeast direction across the contours. This way of marshalling the spaces and build forms opens up a picturesque views from the site and its vegetation from the river, and along with the lifted living spaces. The channel flow from the formed during the monsoons could be maintained and developed in design, which will create the river characteristics of village and walkways crossing and connecting the build spaces. The larger trees in the site are utilized to create build spaces around it, such as open courts for campuses that provoke beautiful characters and providing sufficient shades. Next slide, sir. Baipur is a historical icon of the city of truth, Calicut, and the development of an architectural intervention out to ensure the protection of the cultural ethos, natural and built heritage. Therefore, the design is conceptualized as that inside out and from the place Baipur. A walk through the site will narrate the tales of the place, gurus and the natives. It will be the temple of those to exalt and worship the tangible and intangible heritage of the place. And one of the striking previous slides, sir. And one of the striking inspiration from the place is the Vaikom Muhammad Bashir, one of the most influential literature writer of the previous generation. And his novels, he used to live in nearby to this Baipur village, and his novels were portraying his and one of his lifestyle, which I was inspired from, which is day after day, the people come to his place to meet him. Often he would sit under the easy chair and under the mangosteen tree, and his guests would gather around him, where the building just acts as a backdrop. And these small actions was influenced in the design principles, and where it takes inspiration from the place, and the place making, the inclusiveness, openness, and the shared spaces, and other principles were taken apart of from that. And the skyline of Baipur Street is also defined by double-roofed laterite structures with the central core being lifted, and the roofscapes impose a strong visual character on the street. Next slide, sir. And this on the site and the existing site elements, and the zoning is made considering the articulation of different build groups and its necessary proximity. The place is further considered with respect to the existing tree clusters, the topography, and the views. And all build groups are connected directly with the pedestrian movement on the ground, and corridors of build forms would open towards the larger plaza and ground. And this will ensure the continuous pedestrian movement through the semi-covered connecting spaces. Thus, informal interaction spaces and active landscapes could be achieved. And in the illustration, the red shows the museum and the exhibition, and the blue shows the industrial movement, and the magenta shows the academic movement, and the green, the special cottages. Next slide, sir. As one approaches the site through the roads lined by the trees and timber activities, and enters the campus through the main gateway at the center of the site, once the visitors park their vehicles in the dedicated area, they passes through a transition zone of vegetation, and they will come into the larger plaza where it's emulated the Baipur villages within the site, and it is the focal point of the campus to which all the major build spaces are connected, including the museum, academic block, and the dooryard. The build facing the central plaza has the characteristics inspired from the traditional commercial build typology of Baipur Street, and the axis of the central plaza divides the site into its components, including museum and dooryard to the south, Doa Academy to the north, and the river edge to the southeast. Next slide, sir. Moving further along the central plaza, the flight to the steps and amphitheater makes an interactive landscape, and then going down the dry dock for the industrial and museum purpose, one can cross a check dam from above, which one could see the entire site and its settings. A semi-covered walkway is provided along connecting the museum block and the academy, and the walk towards the dooryard is celebrated through a processional pathway between the landscape garden, where one could appreciate the building and its context as he approaches. The dooryard has its own secluded circuit, and the industrial movement causes minimum interference with the public realm. Next slide, sir. So the museum building, which is conceptualized as a Microsoft Baipur with water body build spaces serving as islands and extending them into the water body. And one enters through a narrow street and disperses into a larger courtyard. And from there, the streets branches to different spaces. Next slide, sir. The museum complex accommodates spaces of exhibiting scaled architecture models, antiques, instruments of door construction, a picture gallery, and multi-purpose hall and a library. The shadows dappled light casting the rib frame of the build spaces will enliven the interior exhibits, while the museum complex captures the views of the surrounding context as well. And the solid and worldly relations are shown in the illustration on the left side, and the sections where the walk along the internal path is partially enclosed, and it will merge into its internal landscapes and water body. The interaction of volumes ensure the walk along the path provide different experiences with its changing topographical surroundings, views, and play of light. Next slide, sir. And the construction technique and was inspired from the was taken inspiration from the pattern language, a pattern language which gives each person who uses its power to create an infinite variety of new unique buildings of from the Christopher Alexander's words. And the study I incorporated was the elements of space making in the traditional architecture of Kerala, where it's being climatically suitable, aesthetically elegant, structurally advanced, and functionally appropriate. And the application was shown in the right section, and explaining the interior explains the seafaring tales of Kunyali Marakas, for whose the warships were built in Baipur at the period of Samurin of Calicut. And next slide, sir. And the technical detail here there is an inherent endurance in the materials used, and the monumentality of the place is evidenced through the scale and form in response to its context. At the same time, designing by adapting the traditional design systems and detailing of the region results in continuity of the physical and visual linkages to the architecture past of the place. Next slide. And this other group, which is the open exhibition, envisioned as an independent museum or educational building and a platform for global reach. The core function of the open exhibition center is to provide spaces for exhibiting the talents of the traditional craftsmen, carpenters, naval architects, and alumni of the academy. And the spaces could be multifunctional, where different kinds of indoor-outdoor activities were incorporated within its built enclosure. Next slide, sir. Moving outside from the main museum building, the flight of steps and amphitheater makes interactive spaces and reaches the dry dock after crossing a check dam, above which one could see the entire site and its settings. And the Doe Academy is envisioned to provide training for men and women of all ages that will carry forward the best tradition of Baipur Doe building, and to enable each of them develop their own potential using traditional and modern techniques in both Doe construction.
Alan, 10 minutes up.
Yes, sir. And the interactive spaces and courts were given previous slide, sir. The interactive spaces and courts in between spaces were utilized to develop informal classrooms around the landscapes, and the loggias of further extends towards the internal connectivity of the campus. And the idea of courtyards was celebrated in this situation, like we were saying in the earlier conceptual stages. And next slide, sir. And the dry dock is made to incorporate two functionalities, which make it it's an experiential museum, and a natural typhoon theater could be set up with Doe inside and stimulating waves. And further moving up to the positional pathway, one reaches an open gathering space, enter to the Doe yard facing the west direction, and the prayer where the cultural part of it could still function well with the design incorporated. The traditional systems are of the slipways, the pulley systems is provided with well-defined spaces, and hence protecting the heritage through public participation is being ensured. The industrial movement is secluded by its own way. Then next slide, sir. And this was a special residential, having a very thick buffer of the existing coconut plantation. It has the best natural landscapes with the view towards the river than any other portion of the site. And it's for the clients who deliver projects for the Doe yard. So it's secluded, and it's also secluded from the public user group with no visual connectivity, and makes it a private exclusive land for the clients with the riverfront area. Next slide, sir. And the built analysis, this is first images of the academic block, and then the next one is a space index of movement traces of the museum block, and then the programmatic zoning and the right illustrations. All the build groups are connected directly with pedestrian movement on the ground. Connection and activities: continuous pedestrian movement, semi-covered open spaces, informal interaction, and active landscapes were shown. And the circulation between the blocks, the corridor outside build forms are open towards plaza and larger open spaces, and other service layouts. Next slide, sir. And these were the views. The first one is a processional walkway, which was explaining of the museum and the Doe yard, the connecting way connecting the museum and Doe yard. And the next one is the view towards the cottage from the river edge, where the exclusive cottage is kept. And the lower one is the interior of the museum, where the scale models are exhibited. And the last one is the axis along the academic block towards museum block. Yeah. Next slide, sir. And this is scale. This was the scale model, whether you can see the doyard and the traditional pulley system and the roofline characteristics visible from the riverside. Yes, sir. Thank you. Just one more slide. Last slide. Thank you, sir.
Can I request Bijoy to respond?
Thanks, Alan.
Alan, you have 2 minutes more if you want to.
Yes, I am done.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry, I thought you were done. Yeah, no, I only have very brief comments. My question was that, the buildings are, it's a very, very sort of, lucky to get a project like that where you don't have to do much and you're on a pristine sort of site doing this beautiful building for a wonderful commission to do these, to celebrate this Dhao making history. But so much is embedded in that commission, which I think maybe one could spend some time thinking about, the long history of these, incredible, intrepid travelers who, went abroad and, made all of this trade possible. These vessels that till very recently were completely made, without using any nails, etc. Really sort of ingenious vessels, engineering, feats. Some reflection of both these ideas, the idea of the future about this kind of brazen, courage to get out there and do something new. And the second thing about this kind of really sophisticated engineering to make that vision possible. And somehow your project doesn't go far, to take these two sort of charges, that the commission sort of is prompting. It reminds me of a project that a young boy had done, who was working in our office, and he imagined a site where there was a shipwreck. And then, he created the sort of ruin of that shipwreck. He created the drawing of that archaeological site. And then that drawing then told him what the elements were that would, stay preserved over a long period of time. And then using those components, he made this museum to celebrate this archaeological find. It sort of suggests that in this boat building tradition, there is the promise of some kind of new architecture. And I think a lot of the tropes of the scheme are sort of tried and tested. They look very, very sort of derivative from this Kerala sort of traditional architecture. So one is asking the question of, is there something else? Is there something that you could provoke out of this commission? So that was just my first reaction. Nothing else. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The attempt was to study the village and its characteristics related to Dho, and then I limited my studies, not extending its components. Yeah, I understand its limitations, but it was to create a microsome of the village and its cultural ethos. Yes, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Can we request the other jurors to pitch in?
Sure, I'll jump in quickly. In addition to what Bijoy said, I mean, at some level, I thought it was cool in terms that there was a contextual fit. It sort of looked like it is in Kerala, sort of it's conventional reading, but nonetheless, the way the materials and especially now the growing interest in India's pre-British, the pre-colonial maritime history, I thought that the topic was cleverly chosen, right, and sort of fits on that scale for a DR thesis. So the scale was fine. The historical aspect, though I would have liked to see, just like Bijoy, a little more reflection of that historical piece in the design of the place. Environmentally, I was not so sure, just because this is, when you're working on the river edge, that's one of the more complex places to work on, the water-land interface. Shouldn't the building footprint be increased? Could it have been built on, be a little more sensitive to that ecosystem? But overall, I thought, the way it sort of came together, it sort of reflected. There was a appropriate contextual fit to my mind, more than some of the other projects we've seen so far. Over to Shizuka.
I thought the project had a dilemma which it did not acknowledge. See, these people who make the artisans and make their boards and they go about doing things. But now one is stepping in and reimagining this space, which is just not a workspace. One is building a showcase around it, allowing people to come and see it and so on. So it's not really an enhancement of a workspace. So one is reimagining it partly as a walk-in museum. So in a sense, it is not really contextually fitting the village. There's already, that is broken. Okay, this is not people going about doing their work. So you're creating an event out of an activity that's already happening. So one could have sort of acknowledged that and gone head on and said, okay, yes, while there could be many more of this in the village, this is one which is like a visitor center. So without any embarrassment, acknowledge that this is some kind of a showcasing and sort of do that really well, rather than actually try to be very, pretend that it is not and you're only providing a space for them to work, which it is not. So if we were to sort of boldly embrace that, a dilemma, which it is not, because you've decided to make it a showcase, so one can even make a dramatic thing about it. So, and that drama could really come about both in terms of form, the way in which you showcase the thing, also the technology that they use, which you want to actually even make it not just the object, which is the board, but the technology, as I referred to itself, which can be the running theme in which you do. And so just to take the risk of suggesting something like, it's a grand parasol of space, and then you see all these things active. So the structure is lighter. It sits very gently. It's essentially a large cover. You just walk around, and so on and so forth. One could have sort of engaged it a little more boldly with that. And that is also reflected in the drawings, where the qualitative aspect of the spaces, both inside, outside, really doesn't come out very strongly. And certainly this last point on the river, which Sanjeev, it's not really environmentally. I think these are some of the realities that we need to engage with, because, for example, there is CRZ, we don't know about hydrology and so on and so forth. One should engage with that, and one should not look as if the project has the license to sort of go against some of the existing rules and so on and so forth. But if it's sort of doing that, then that is something which would even come into the practice. One can question the rules, but it's outside the thing. But when you operate, all these environmental obligations have to be met. And so one could at least say that this is the thing and these are the issues, I'm doing it, I'm not doing it, rather than being quite silent about it. One could have engaged with it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Is the participant having any responses? How do we take this?
Oh, I know, sir. Thank you very much for the comments.
Oh, yes, sure. So in which case, I guess we now break for lunch.
Yeah.
And before that, I would like to announce the sixth presenter. The name of the sixth presenter is (20N UGT 03), reviving a tribal settlement at Jorhat, intervening through organic built environment. That is Manas Pratham Khalita. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay. So we will join back in about half an hour. Would that be fine with the jury?
Yeah.
Or even less? Even less if feasible.
Half an hour you would need. to just step in. Not only
Fine.
lunch, just make a few calls and finish that part of it.
Yeah, half an hour would be good. Yes.
Oh, yes. My screen shows 12:52, so 1:22 would be the time, I guess. We log in.
Okay.
We will,
Oh,
we will
Yes.
keep this live. I'm not logging out, and we can continue with the same login.
okay.
Sure.
Thanks.
We'll break for lunch now, and 03 will remain on site to start the presentation next.
it before we start.
Okay.
Got it, no?
Yeah.
Welcome back, Bijoy and Sanjay.
Hi, ma'am.
So I must tell you, it's been really a challenge to refrain from, joining the discussion. Quite interesting work.
Right. Well, but you could join, right? I mean, are you? No.
Not really, technically, no.
Okay. Are any of your students on any of the panels, ma'am?
Unfortunately, not.
No, no.
So this time it's been really nice that we have people from various colleges for the first time, really.
Okay,
So
okay.
there is the college in Jammu, Mata Vaishno Devi University, that's a first. And I think Mangalam School of Architecture, Kottayam, that's a first.
Mm-hmm.
And Narsipuram, Coimbatore Institute of Engineering and Technology, that's also a first. So quite a number of small colleges. Srinivas Institute also, Mangalore, might be probably a first. They have been winning heritage awards.
Okay.
frequently. And maybe thesis awards the first time.
And typically for the zonals, how many entries that have come down to 2?
Oh, record number of entries this time, 500 in all, and about 80
Each
plus
zone.
is the minimum per zone.
Wow.
The 5 zones, and really, so entire Tamil Nadu is one zone in itself.
I see.
So there are so many colleges.
So many colleges, yeah.
And this is, and then to just keep in mind that this is perhaps those that were confident that they have something that they, right?
Right.
This is many.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Not done.
Yeah, the 500 is a very conservative figure. I mean, the sort of thousands of students.
That's right.
Yeah.
So nationally, about 22,000 students graduate every year.
Right. Yeah, that gives you a sense of scale.
So, Sanjeev, is it nighttime or?
No, I am here at Jaipur, in fact.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, we in the same time zone.
Okay.
When they announced lunch, I was wondering, is it?
No, this would have been impossible if I was, this would have been like 2 a.m.
Right.
Yeah, this won't work.
But this platform is simply amazing. Though, of course, we miss the excitement of really, looking at and talking one-on-one with people, the participants. But really, the reach is amazing, and we can instantly. So they see it immediately across India. So that's really good. I think people who are taking theses in the next cycle will really be watching these videos.
Pretty stable also, right? Hardware-wise and software-wise, it seems to have improved. And culturally, we have sort of become attuned to some of the nuances over time.
So we were discussing the other day, it's no longer roti kapda makan, it is roti kapda makan.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I think Srivatsan's come. We can start.
Ma'am, shall we? You pick the next one now.
Can we share the screen? Mixer?
And before that, can we pick the next participant?
Yes, we'll pick the next participant. Srivatsan, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So the presentation after this would be 20N UGT 10, Rethinking Matanchari. UG 10, are you here?
Yeah, ma'am.
Wonderful. So yours will be the next presentation after this one.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, and we are ready to go.
Yeah. Good morning, jury members and everyone present over here. First of all, yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, good morning, jury members and everyone present over here. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my thesis at such a huge platform. My topic is reviving a tribal settlement at Jorhat, intervening through organic built environment. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, Jorhat is a district situated in Assam. In Jorhat, there is a forest called Molai Kathoni. It is often regarded as the only human-made forest made by Jadav Paeng, a man who belongs to the missing tribe found in Assam. As many of us don't know, Jadav Paeng is known as the forest man of India. He started planting trees since 1979 to sustain the rich eco-diverse ecology near river Brahmaputra and converted a barren island into a huge forest which covers an area of about 550 hectares of land. Next slide, please. Yeah. To access this diverse ecosystem, one has to pass through a missing tribal village, the village which played an important character in the development of the world's largest man-made forest that act as an important transition node connecting the rich eco-reserve and the man-made city. The missing village, which was once an essential character. Next slide, please. Excuse me, sir. Next slide, please. Yeah. The village, which was once an essential character in the development of the world's largest man-made forest, is now being ignored, deprived from basic amenities, and is in constant threat of being flooded by Brahmaputra. The Molai Kathoni forest and the village can be swallowed by the powerful Brahmaputra anytime, but still the villagers are putting up a brave face to protect them. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah, thank you. The people of this village face problems throughout the year because of their infrastructures, their landform, and the river. But so the village involvement and contribution towards this ecological sustainability is the main inspiration and motivation to have an architecture intervention for their settlement. So next slide, please, sir. Next. Yeah. So the aim is to develop the existing tribal village, improving the living condition along the river Brahmaputra near Molai Kathoni. So I have divided the objectives into two parts, that is study and design. The study part consists the study of settlement and planning pattern, how to improve the living standard of the people in the village, study on improvement and replacement of houses, to know about the possible strategies before, during, and after flood. Whereas the design objectives include design of connecting spaces that will make them self-reliable, upgrade the visual and physical connectivity between the village and the forest, and also to generate income opportunity to reduce the migration. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the site area of the village. It's about 45 acres with a population of 120. Over here, you can see in the slide that the Molai Kathoni is the forest that I was referring to, whereas this is the Brahmaputra, and this is the site connecting the forest and the city. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, now coming to the case studies that I have done regarding my project are Raghurajpur, a heritage craft village in Orissa, Bangamati, a village in Nepal, Patacharkuchi and Bordolguri, they are the typical Assamese villages. So from Raghurajpur, I have learned the division and utilization of spaces. The living workshops are being created in the handicraft village as a part of their settlement. So these are the inferences that I have drawn from Raghurajpur. Next slide, please. Yeah, from Bankamati, I have learned how to carry out a revival process using locally available materials. And this includes the inferences from the village Bangamati. Next slide, please. Yeah, Patacharkuchi and Bordolguri gave an idea of a typical Assamese village and also how advanced vernacular construction techniques has been used in the present date. So these are the observations and inferences that have been drawn from the cases I have studied that help me in the conceptual development of my project. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. As stated earlier, the site is located in Jorhat, Assam. So just along the site, we have the river Brahmaputra. The site is an undulating plain with a varying altitude of about 87 to 83 meters. The next slide, please. The water level of Brahmaputra changes throughout the year, which is the reason for the flood too. So this graph shows the changing level of water throughout the year. And this water spread mapping, this shows the water spread mapping in the village due to the rise in water level of Brahmaputra. These three sections shows the warning level, the danger level, and the highest level attained by the village till now, the flood attained by the village till now. Next slide, please. Yeah, this site plan shows the present condition and the present structures present over the site. Since I have visited the site and stayed over there for 2 days and had a conversation with the villagers over there and studied the site conditions and also reviewed from the villagers. So what changes they made according to their lifestyle and all. So coming to the next slide, please. Yeah, while staying there, I have divided the site into 5 nodes, and these nodes shows the entrance node to the village along with the present pictures, present conditions, and these node shows the node connecting the village and the Molai Kathani, the forest. Next slide, please. Yeah, this node shows the node active that is active during the winter season due to the influx of the visitors, for picnics, for visiting the forest and all. This shows the node connecting the public space and Brahmaputra river, and this is the worshipping node of the village, the most important part of the node of the village. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, I have also analyzed the architectural style of the village, and that shows this image shows the architectural style that they follows, that is basically of bamboos, and also took reviews from the residents over there, which helped me in the designing spaces for them. Next slide, please. Yeah, it shows the background analysis of the missing tribe living over there, their living pattern, housing structures, and their livelihood. The most important thing is that missing community has a good bonding with nature that I have learned while researching about the tribe living over there. The next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, next slide, please. You can skip the slide. Yeah, thank you. This shows the analysis of the spaces and activities that are carried out in the village. These are the spaces that are present in the village and the activities that they do in that spaces throughout the day and throughout the years. Next slide. Next slide, please, sir. Yeah, I have drawn some inferences from the site analysis. These are the inferences that had helped me in the conceptual development of the project and also in the further design development part of the project. Next slide. So the main focus in my thesis is to design spaces through self-involvement and the requirements of the village community. So coming to the next slide. Yeah, this site area, my overall site area is 45 acres, as I've told earlier, which include various spaces. So this site plan shows the area of intervention and the structures that are to be replaced by the new ones. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. These are the built-up outcomes from the activities, which include the rotational unit, residential unit, Shiva temple, community space, viewing space shelters, and viewing tower. And these are the spaces that are, and I've also made some spaces that are without built-up, that include the embankment, the public spaces, and the two important nodes that connect the city to the village and the village to the forest. The design and considerations are taken based on the landform and the user priorities. Next slide, coming to the next slide. Yeah, this slide shows the area analysis of the spaces and the area statements that I have drawn and I have got while designing the spaces for the village. Next slide. Yeah, now coming to the design process, I have divided my design process into 5 parts, that is site contextual, sense of place, resilient building material, user need, and climatic oriented design. And my overall thought process over my design, over my project is architecture is not only designing spaces, but also connecting the people to the surroundings. Coming to the next slide. Yeah, so I have proposed a master plan for the very site, but coming to that, I want to describe how I reached there. That includes my concept.
10 minutes up.
Thank you. I have divided my concept into 2 parts, that is design philosophy and design consideration. The design philosophy is organic architecture. The idea behind the project is to intervene the whole site organically by creating a harmony between human and nature. So my main aim is to integrate the site with the surroundings. And my design consideration includes current settlement pattern, livelihood, lifestyle, visitor influx, and flood impacts. Next slide, please. Yeah, the conceptual view shows the reconstructed structures, new proposal and retained structures, followed by the design elements that has been used in the site. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, the aim is to provide a good living condition for the people and include spaces for tourists, which will help in income generation to the people living over there. So this is the color-coded master plan showing the reconstructed structures, new proposal structures, and the retained structures, out of which in new proposal structures, there are rotational units, 3 rotation units. Now, what are rotation units, what they mean in my projects, I will explain them in the coming slides. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are the sections showing the main junctions of the settlement, and the next one is showing the flood level statistics. And this view shows the view of the settlement from the river Brahmaputra while coming from the forest through a boat. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Rotation units are the structures. What are rotation units? So these are the structures that will be used for hosting the villages for about 1.5 months while reconstruction of the village is in progress. And after the reconstruction of the village is done, these structures will be used for their actual purpose. Next slide. This is the complete rendered site plan along with the visual points, which is followed by the site images. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, sir. Hello. Yeah, thank you, sir. This is the very first node of the village. Arc bamboo trees has been used at the entrance point of the village, giving an enduring experience. It also shows a normal residential unit along with the activities carried out in different interval of the day in the courtyard. Can you go to the previous slide, sir, please? Hello.
Yeah, it takes a moment to move.
Yeah, sir, ma'am, thank you. The previous slide, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. So this part shows the details of the residential unit along with material specification and also the features of the construction styles. The amalgamation of bamboo with concrete has been used for construction, and the structural element has been repeated for
13 minutes up.
Yeah, sir, thank you. Structural elements has been repeated for smooth process of the construction. Next slide, please. The shape of the units are designed with the shape of the units are designed with facilities according to the problems they face throughout the year. The structures has been made considering the flood impacts, living style of the villagers, and the indigenous method of construction. The second site spot plan shows the exclusive design spaces for the forest man, the Zad of Pine. Coming to the next slide, please. Coming to the next slide, sir. Yeah, thank you. This site plan, third spot plan include a bamboo platform that has been built to create a pause point to introspect the visual, emotional, and physical connectivity between the Molai forest and the village. This spot includes the reconstructed Shiva temple, a residential module for weavers, the community center known as Morang, and the viewing tower. The residential module for weavers is planned along with the space to keep the domestic animals and also to enhance their weaving culture through providing commercial space, and also for the visitors to experience the weaving process carried out by the tribe. Whereas the viewing tower includes the life story of the forest man as we go up the tower, and on the last platform, we get to see the final output of the whole man-made forest made by Zad of Pine. Next slide, please. Yeah, so bamboo walkway has been installed throughout the site. So this plays a major part in my site. It is like a fibril found in a living organism. It is a simple design element, but plays a significant role throughout the site during the monsoon season. And beside that, I have the details of the flora and flora that has been used for the national landscaping. Yeah, so just give me 1 minute, I will wrap it up. Now coming to the next slide, sir, please.
You can scroll without speaking. Yes, over to the jury, inviting Professor Sanjeev to comment.
I think you picked up an interesting geography in terms of the basic diversity we have seen so far. From the Temple of Dow's down south Kerala to the east of the country along the banks of Brahmaputra. What stood out for me though was, this was again ambitious. You're looking at a settlement, and that to a tribal settlement, right? So settlements anyway are complex places. I guess beyond the pale of a BR's thesis at some level, because they involve complexities of all sort. And then there is also a cultural dimension of people belonging to a certain group. What I liked was the mapping of physical spaces that happened, that you showed us in earlier part of the presentation. But once you sort of begin to talk about the community, I missed some basic details like, demography. Who are the people we're designing for? What's the population like? Has that population changed over time? What's the economy of this place like? What kind of jobs these people do? Very basic, simple characteristics that would have helped get a sense of what this settlement is like and what you are doing and what you are proposing. Another piece that I thought would have strengthened the proposal and the background research that went into it would be, this is a flood-prone area. There are cases that sort of deal with enhancing the resilience of places, especially in situations like this where periodic floods happen. And these two, the combination of studying the settlement, especially the change over time, and the flood sensitivity and some resilience measures that would have been taken for this place would have strengthened the proposal. That's what I got.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Can I answer the questions to the sir?
Yes, please. Sure.
Yeah. So talking about the demographic and the people living over there, since I went there to have studied the population over there, so since the population hasn't changed since about 10 to 15 years, only there means generations have been changing, but they are still living over there and are depending upon the Brahmaputra for their economy and the paddy fields. So, and the main reason I took this project as because of the connection to the land from the river and all. And when I asked that, do you want to go to the city and all, they said that they want to stay over there and want to live their regular lives over there, but wants to change the living style and the structures that they have been living over there. So I chose that part and changed the structures and include some interesting structures and over there, so including their basic needs and all. And coming to the flood part, sir, can you come to the previous slide, sir? Slide showing the, yeah, next a previous slide. Previous slide. Previous. Yeah, so yeah, this one, the slide this after the master plan, sir, the slide after the master plan. Yeah, so this slide, sir, shows the structures that I have done regarding taking the considerations of the flood and the assumptions of the flood level. Since I have explained earlier, the village had attained a flood level of 87 meter till now in 1991. So I have taken the limit as an 88 meter and have designed the structures according to that. And I've designed the steel structures for them. And there might be some questions that what they will do in the steel level at the ground level. So these purposes are also being defined in the sheet, that they can be used for making, so in Assamese we used to say pithas, that we ground the wheat and the rice for their festival purpose and all. Then they can be used for keeping the animals and all during normal days and all. And overall the structures has been shamed throughout the site, but there are two highest level in the site where I have made two mitigation space that can be also used as a homestay unit or a guest house if visitors come over there and want to stay over there. But if the highest flood level, crosses that 88 meter, so the villagers over there can use their two spaces, their two structures to mitigate themselves during those 5 to 10 days that flood occurs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I request Professor Srivatsan to pick?
As Sanjeev said, it's absolutely an ambitious project. What I thought you could do if you want to revisit this project, essentially sort of map the settlement, look at the settlement as a map of relationships between land, buildings, resources, water. So, because unlike a sort of a settlement you would see elsewhere, which is some kind of a preconceived order or very fixed relationship to things, here is a very sort of a dynamic which sort of shifts as the water shifts and changes as the resources. So once you sort of map these relationships, then you could see the design as a field of these relationships. So as things move, so would the patterns move. So there's no pattern, actually. Pattern just emerges as an outcome of the relationship that you may have. So even if you were to sort of map that as an understanding of the settlement, and then look at your design as one expression of that, and then quickly delve into an architectural scale, which is manageable. And you had 3 projects to show. One could have gone into the depth of those 3 projects. And there one could ask some architectural questions in terms of, for example, how would you define a sacred space? How would you sort of do it using bamboo or any other material? What is the notion of a sacred in the tribal sense? And whether it requires a certain kind of a very strong definitive architectural relation as you would see in some other cultures. So those are very exciting things to sort of look, and that can be in itself a good project to address as a design. So goes for the other things. Of course, one would always have some questions about why a viewing tower and so on and so forth. But if that's what you need to build, then one could actually see how are you doing that in a vertical structure using some of the techniques and materials So you could have sort of quickly descended into 3 or 4 architectural projects that emerges both in terms of its location, form, content as an outcome of this relationship. And then we could have sort of looked at it, because this is not going to be another conventional architectural project. Yeah, because the program is different, the site is different, the people with access to materials and technology could be different. So those sort of issues could have been the focus.
So coming to you, sir, the techniques that I have used is of amalgamation of concrete with bamboo. That has been new. That is new to Northeast now, overall. And the next thing is that about the architectural project we're talking about. When I visited the site and have a conversation with those people over there and asked about their needs and what type of structures and spaces they need for there. So from there, these are the spaces that I have derived, and from the conversation with them, I have learned, and I have means there have one thing that architecture blends and binds people with the nature, and also that architecture is for the people, by the people, and with the people. So with that much thought process, I have taken these projects to this level, sir.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks, Manas, for your presentation. Yeah, again, not much more to add. I was interested in what Sanjeev had said about change, and some of these settlements, they are not static. I mean, they have, of course, changing relationships with the land that they're on, but they're also demographically changing. I mean, maybe the youngsters are not interested in depending on Brahmaputra for their livelihood and are moving elsewhere. And there's nobody to take care of, the kind of lifestyle that, they've had for generations. And how does that flux? I mean, these are larger questions, maybe not at a BRC level. And so if one was to say, okay, let's not delve into that, then immediately the focus shifts to what Srivatsan was saying, that maybe it's a focus on construction, that I'm going to now use this to really investigate the way that they're building things there now. And maybe there's something that I can learn from it, but or maybe suggest alternative ways that, maybe that's my thesis, that this is, a reflection of what is available. This is a more efficient way to put it together. And it's really a construction, it's a thesis that's focused really on building things. Or another angle to it is, another architectural angle to it is to really, because right now the buildings are very, very sort of simple, they're derivative, and I appreciate that. It's not that we want to make complicated buildings, but they don't really, there's no thesis there, there's no proposition. It's not a propositional sort of, you're not showing us something that is reflecting on what is existing and then proposing something else or augmenting what exists. So that's the challenge with the project, that it kind of course, I appreciate that you've taken this really incredible location. I had to read up on it because I didn't know about the forest man of India, etc. And so it's a really sensitive ecological spot. And so everything that you do there needs to be evaluated with great care. And so the thesis could have really been about that, about just thinking about the components that you will use to make something in a better way, possibly. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that winds up this discussion. We move on to listen to Nikhil Manyar speaking on Compact, Revitalizing the Act of Community Living in the Industrial Cluster of Morbi, Gujarat. And while the screen share goes up, we pick the next presenter.
The next...
Yeah. Sorry. That would be, yeah. The next presenter would be Farooq Alam on rethinking Matancheri.
We need to pick.
Yeah, ma'am.
And speaking after that would be Nikhil Manyar.
Okay, ma'am.
On revitalizing the act of community living. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Over to Farooq Alam presenting on rethinking Matancheri.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay. Can I start?
Yeah, your time starts now. Please
Yeah.
proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start. In Kochi, 75% of heritage building was demolished, and the heritage buildings are not valued by the people. It's a shock that people simply destroy the heritage value of building. This is the news in Hindu 2019. This illustrate will explain about the current state in Kochi. Next, we see the my topic rethinking Matanjeri. No, previous slide. Matanjeri is a town in Kochi, Kerala, which have many heritages. Most of the buildings are not usable condition or partially used condition. So what I have done in my thesis is to document and analyze the building, whether to conserve it or adapt to use it. A restoration of the building, including that I redevelop the street, make use of the building by the locals and tourists. Next slide. Next is about history of Kochi. Before 14th century, the trade market of pulse and spice was in Kodunguru, and the harbour is also located in that place. But end of the 14th century, due to the flood, the place was demolished. The trade market and harbour was shifted to Kochi. And the location and context of the Kochi is gateway to the southern part of India. So all the people from other part of the world, they give more importance to the Kochi. So in 15th century, the Portuguese conquered Kochi. Then in 16th century, Dutch conquered Kochi. And then 18th century, British conquered in India, including Kochi. This bottom illustration, I have shown how trade happened in post-independent days. Like people come to order in the commercial side, which is road side, and goods transport using boat from the warehouse, it's a water side. Next is context. In the master plan, I have shown the street in Matanjeri and Fort Kochi or Jews town, Matanjeri and Fort Kochi. The backwater is facing in northeast direction. Since the usage of the street was started 400 years ago, the building was evolved over the time. We can sense the timeline and character of concurrence just looking at the building. Because of the essence and character, many buildings was partially good condition or converted into commercial zones like commercial street, shopping area, homestays, restaurant, etc. We can see all the elements in this street, this three street, but Bazaar Street is not active like other street. So I have selected the Bazaar Street for my thesis. Next is route map. Since the olden times, this route was actually used by the traders and local people. Still, we can see the backwater connection which was used by the localites. So, and also the current need, when the new connection was based on the time through of roadways from Ernakulam. Next is about boundaries. If you see the boundary edges of the street, it is among almost 1.5 kilometer long. But for the initial stage of development, I have zoned my boundaries with 246 meter. This 246 meter will eventually save the seat for other street in the next. Next is documentation mapping. In this slide, showing the existing condition of the street, which will clearly idea about land use map, usage and condition, age of the building. By doing all this, we can actually get to know the conclusion about our future proposals. Where the most of the buildings are warehouses, we can still trace the ancient trade buildings looking at the warehouses. Next. This is also a extension of mapping. The street is not actively used like before because of the poor maintenance of road service and network. By studying all this in detail, I got clear idea about where to intervene, where to operate for the future use. The street clearly explain about road network, electrical network, drainage system activity. By knowing all this data, we conclusion how to make the people use of road network, electric network in comfortable way. Next. This sheet is about the documentation of the street. So best way to understand the street and proportion and the material usage of the documentation and knowing the structural in detail, to make that happen, I document the whole street in terms of plan section. So understand the height and so I understand the height and width of the street, gave me a clear understanding of varieties of elements which is used to the building construction and the proportion with respect to the street dimension. The center portion of the The center portion shows the documentation of the plan. On either side, we can see the elevation and also documentation of windows, doors, facade construction detail, which will give me a clear idea of elevation of the building over the time. Next, it's about elementary study. And though these buildings are timeless, still we need lot of things to take care. Because of the age of the building, I have started documenting the elements and damages which was presented in the building. So yellow marked or damages, the above the documented drawing clearly show the construction detail which was used during the construction time. Our idea is to conserve the building, not demolishing the building. Next slide. Next slide is about user activity analysis. Though it's a culturally significant street which carries a lot of historical value, the street is inactive because of the street is majorly used by lorries and trucks to trade the goods. To make the street more active, bringing back the cultural significance what had before, we need to conserve the building, which more stable, make the building into different uses according to the current needs. All the needs are listed here. So, and also Kochi have a characters like emphasizing the art in terms of binary. So slight touch of art appreciation is also thought of. Next slide. This slide is about influence zone. Since the lorry movement played the major role to make the street inactive, so I thought to shifting the lorry movement to the influence zone. And also the width of the street is 3 meters. We can't make the street more significant if just pass the four-wheeler in the street. So I have created a parking zone in right front of street, cut down the four-wheelers to make the street more pedestrian. Next is about conceptual development. So major attraction in the small piece of street is church, which is located in the center, which was built during 15th century. In existing street, it's just act as a straight line. People use as pass by space. So I thought to create a pass point using the 15th century church. So people look at it in it. When you make the street active like before, so also pedestrian have to think in safe manner. So achieving that, the proper pedestrian was designed on either side of the street to make the people spend quality time in the street. So I have created a lot of pass points which will make the people to pass and enjoy the heritage, which also gave a knowledge about lost heritage. To make the users you more connected to the heritage, I have clearly set up segregation in spatial arrangement so that they will have a clear idea of what they are looking at, and which was achieved by segregating into 4 zones like food and marker zone, which will make them stay hydrated, art and recreation zone, which will eventually give them knowledge about the info zone, which will literally eventually give the next is master plan. This master plan shows, this master plan shows the proposed master plan of the street, which I was designed by just looking at the street, actually see the movement of the pedestrian on the either side of the street. And also the place is not more significant, not only in terms of building, it's also have a landscape setting which is exist. So make them feel more connected to the landscape settings of the sea. I have created a deck which along to this backwater which allow people to enjoy and explore the context. And major thought process of the design is engaging the people through heritage and context. To achieve that, I have created a semi-opening space which gave them a shade in harsh climate and also explore the heritage, which was achieved through providing semi-open decks, people bridge towards the sea, and also conserving one of the major heritage structure which was constructed in 15th century. You can see the sections on the bottom, which will clearly show the scale and proportion of the street. In the middle, you can see the cultural building of church, which was built in 15th century. Next is about services. Any design is incomplete without the service sector of the design was not taken care. To achieve that, I have thought to about give a proper electrical post, electrical lamps throughout the street to make that people hydrated, providing water provisions and toilet, and to make the place more cleaner. We have a separate plan for solid waste, and because of the coastal region, the groundwater is not that great. Rainwater is majorly conserved to give natural water to the place. Next. Indians are majorly in the street. To make that more efficient, I restored the street by restoring all the elements which was damaged over the period of time. The portion was marked in yellow is damages. So knowledge about the restoration and detail are captured by documenting old detail which was clearly restored and make the street into the harmony. Next. Next. Hello. This is the extension of facade restoration. You can see the each and every detail of material and construction which was used in the existing facade, which was clearly replicated and restored in all the elevation of the building. Next. The upcoming slides are showing the conservation adaptive use of the existing building, which was separated into 7 different zones. Zone 1 consists of 4 buildings, which was properly conserved. It was used as a pulse and spice market, which gave them historical connect to the context. Next. Zone 2. Zone 2 consists of 4 buildings, which has restaurant, retail market, vegetable market. So local people also participate to get the goods from their daily life, and the tourists can enjoy the street just having a cup of coffee in the restaurant. Next slide. This zone 3. Next slide. The zone 3, which is a nucleus point of the street, there people can gather in open space. Make that happen, I have designed Artist Expo, a cafe with people deck and pots up along with the open space. Next slide. The zone 4. Since Binali is major event in Kochi, which give lot of information about art and architecture to the people, to make that permanent, I have designed Binali Center, which has modern way of layout inside the building and traditional output in the exterior, so that we are not freezing with the time is getting evolved. Next. In this zone, you know better when someone guide you. So I have designed visitor center, intact office, museum in the zone 6. This is the place near the Mattancherry. Sorry, this is the place near the Mattancherry boat jetty. Next slide. This is the sorry. Okay. Next slide. Okay. The final zone also have a transport system which connect to the nearby towns. So during the waiting time in the boat jetty, you can have a good view with cafeteria on the top of the roof, and also services room located in the final zone. So the services management easily scattered, and I have designed a historical monument which makes the people know about the history. And next slide. Okay, this is the view of the street. You can see the overall view of the street. The view shows the every detail. Okay, this view shows the every different details of intervention which was done throughout the street. You could see how the street is active by the people, and cultural heritage is to be conserved. Next, in my point of view, architecture. Sorry, previous slide. In point of view, my architecture is not a building, it's actually how people using the context and the place. When you achieve all the senses of users, place become timeless. Here the timelessness is active through reactivating the street, keeping people as a main reference. Thank you. I completed now.
Thank you. Over to Vijay.
Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, I you know, the initial I had a lot of questions with regards to, in fact, this and the fourth project. Like the fundamental question is, you know, how do we engage with what already exists? You know, these historical buildings. And then the semantics of it, you know, is it reconstruction, is it renovation, is it conservation, preservation? I mean, all of these words that get bandied about. what is it about these places and how do we engage with them? How do we establish what is of value? What do we keep? In what style should we build? I mean, these places have evolved over time. They were set up, at a certain point in time, and then there are layers of history that get added on. So how do we decide that there is a certain kind of thing that needs to be preserved, so to speak, and then the rest has to be removed? How do we deal with that patina of time? And also in terms of, so these are open-ended questions and I don't have the answer for it. And, you had in passing said that the Biennale would come here into this Biennale center. And in fact, the great charm of the Biennale is that it's in these buildings that are kind of ramshackle and not in great shape. I mean, they just keep the rain out barely, but there is something really magical about, that kind of a much more sort of, under, not really, completely preserved and well maintained, that there is something about the history that is still perceivable. But the big thing that I sort of at the end of it, the big thing that I was, waiting and hoping that you would show us was really the experiential quality of your proposal. So on the one hand, there is an experience of Mattancheri even now when you walk through old, Jewtown, and there is a certain quality for the streets. In fact, all of the representation and the drawings, they are, nice drawings that you've made. But I think you should have thought a little bit more carefully about what kind of representations to use to tell us about the qualitative aspects of this place that you're enhancing. There is a wonderful quality even now, even in its ramshackle state. But the sections, in fact, should have been cut in the other direction. There should be some way in which to tell us about inhabiting those streets and experiencing these buildings in the way that you imagine them. Right now, the thesis doesn't set out in terms of propositions what that experiential change is from what exists now. So on the one hand, the question about what is of value, and on the other hand, if we were to change, then how are we improving the existing situation? Both these uh, were, were left unanswered for me. Thanks.
Okay, ma'am. Can I answer?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. First of all, we do not construct a new building. We just replicate the same building with existing elements only. We do not put any other elements in the same building. Do not create any new things in the building. We conserve it or we restore the building. The warehouses and commercial buildings have many influences like Dutch influences, Portuguese influences. So I replicated the elements in the same building. Okay, each building in the street, I have document for all over 30 building. I replicate the elements in the same building. I document the elements in the one building. I use the element to the same building only. Next is Binale Center. Binale Center. First, I designed the Binale Center for it's a not a permanent space for happening the Binale. It's a space for art. It's a artist Binale Center. It's not Binale 2 is once happening function in the not happening on 100 days. The people come first, some tourists come from all over the country, not happening, and the Binale is not happening in that place. They know the imprints of Binale in this place, so there is no imprints of Binale in this place. I create the one artist Binale center. They store the previous year artwork in this center, and the tourists come and see the previous year artwork in this place. Next is the presentation that experiential present. I miss that. If I compare the old street view and new street view, we will know about the how it will change. I miss that. That's all, sir.
Thank you.
I hope that answers. Can I invite Professor Srivatsan to speak?
What I thought, when a very interesting project, but if only we could sort of reconceptualize it to bring the key things to focus and keep it at a scale and a manner that, as an architect, what one could do in such a project. So let me just explain what I'm saying by constructing a project brief here. So here is this great street, an old bazaar, which is sort of, except for these few peaks like PNLA or otherwise requires some kind of a retrofitting without compromising on its heritage value. So there is a small stretch as a strategic intervention, just to show that how some of these buildings could be retrofitted without losing its whatever value. But at the same time, it cannot exist in the manner that it exists in order to take not only new functions, but also the peaks of activities, including could be few other things that the city can invent as it goes forward. So here we take a bunch of 8 buildings, demonstrate at an architectural scale of how it retains its relationship with the street, and yet how it can reconfigure itself to accommodate a series of activities. And so how do we use existing material, elements, construction methods? Or how do we bring in new things? Because anyone who has walked that street would know certain kinds of activities will not be possible just as what it is. And also address in the process a key question of financial viabilities of such projects. So there is a great burden imposed on the owners to say that you need to keep it, and you have to at the same time make it economically viable to them. Leave the other incentives, but even as a building, just to show how it could be profitably converted to accommodate various activities so that its returns are enhanced, either the rental or that it is put to certain commercial activities in a better way, so that it sort of generates certain revenue and all that. So one could have sort of said, okay, this is a larger bazaar, but I'm just taking these 8 buildings as a strategic intervention and make a case saying why this is crucial and what kind of a cascading effect it will have. And then show that at an architectural level, completely explaining how you will retrofit without sort of, for which you should do what Vijay first said. You have to establish its significance and what could change and what cannot change, and how in some kind of a scenario building, you can say this is how you expect it to work. And for that, this is how the architectural change can happen. And emphasize that the building can take multiple sort of functions as things, different events get organized, how the building can work something else. So I see that as a project. I'm not saying that one should do this, but I'm just thinking through what you're saying, that you have all these things done. So how do you weave a very interesting project about it, and then narrate a story of how the design decisions have been taken, and focus the highlight on the key things that you have actually accomplished, and not go to places where that you have not actually touched or looked upon. So in that way, you highlight what you've accomplished and actually put it into a larger narrative and story.
Inviting comments from Professor Sanjeev.
Yeah, I agree, completely. I think both Srivatsan Saab and Vijay sort of articulated well. I'll just say the same thing, different set of words. Maybe that would hammer home. You could have sort of the mapping, which is very nicely done as in other projects. You could have used that as a canvas to sort of identify a couple of projects, 2 or 3, and then sort of focused on them to describe in detail your thoughts as to how, and this is at some level sort of sets up a prototype in many ways, right? We have this historical layering in Indian cities where more often than not, we do not really have many examples of successful regeneration of streets, great streets like this. And your generation at some level, you guys would have to deal with it as these places dilapidate further, and as the prosperity increases the overall society, and as the government focus sharpens on urban areas, right? With all this central funding coming in different forms, JNNURM, smart cities, right? So then the canvas is set up, but use that canvas to sort of showcase a couple projects at most, rather than trying to do all of this at a scale where the focus becomes diffused and it becomes difficult to
you, sir.
Sir. So does the participant have anything to contribute?
Oh, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Farooq Alam. And
Thank you, ma'am.
I now call on Nikhil Manyar to present his thesis on revitalizing the act of community living in the industrial cluster of Morbi, Gujarat.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
And before the screen share starts, I call upon 20N UGT01, Rohan Vishwanathan, to present on terminus delta next. Rohan, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
So yours will be the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So, good afternoon. I'd like to present my design dissertation titled as Compact. As the name suggests, it talks about the act of community living in the industrial cluster of Morbi. Next slide, please. Located in the Saurashtra region of Gujarat, Morbi is an industrially active region since the past. Located along National Highway 27, it lies in close proximity to the cities of Jamnagar and Rajkot. It lies in seismic zone 4 and experiences a composite climate throughout the year. Next. The thesis studies two aspects, migration and urbanization, which are interlinked that influence the areas of destination as well as origin. The study focuses on two types of migration, that is interstate and intrastate migration. Next. It proceeds ahead by studying the impact of urbanization and migration. Urbanization leads to the expansion of cities through industrial clusters and special economic development zones, thus creating greater job opportunities, fostering migration. Next. In recent years, the rapid rate of urbanization in the districts of Jamnagar, Rajkot, Vadodara, and Surat in Gujarat has created job opportunities, thus favoring migrants to settle within. The two pie charts highlight the distribution of employment, that is the manufacture of construction material and electrical goods is seen in Morbi, which caters to 36% of the total employment in the MSME sector in Rajkot. Next. Morbi, the ceramic powerhouse. This slide shows a satellite image of the current situation of Morbi. Located in the center is the old town of Morbi. Towards the east of the city, along NS27 is the growing ceramic cluster, which houses close to 900 to 1,000 units as of today, housing over 40,000 migrants. Next. The following is a graphical representation showing the old town of Morbi with the watchtower on the right and the booming ceramic cluster next to it, which is divided by the Machu River. The old town acts as a gateway to the migrants seeking job opportunities in the ceramic factories. Next. A preliminary figure and ground analysis between 2005 and 2013 highlights the radial growth of the city. As per the urban sprawl, we can see that between 2005 and 2013, there has been a steady growth in the residential activities, but an exponential growth in the industrial activity along NS27. Next. Site survey. 7 factories were selected and workers were surveyed on the basis of their sex and age, their original place of residence, and whether or not they were skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled. The primary group of workers were male within the age group of 21 to 40. Workers required are predominantly unskilled, with most of them being out of the state, followed by intrastate, and lastly the locals. Next. Workers were also surveyed by their place of residence in Morbi and their family size. Most of them resided within the factory premises or rented houses with their nuclear families, followed by extended and joint families. Very few of them lived by themselves. Next. Different type of factory accommodations were surveyed. This particular slide shows the factory residence of workers residing at Rivaria Ceramics, Madhav Potteries, and Hem Ceramics. Next. In addition, the house of a potter was also documented. The potter, a native to Morbi, lives at his private residence, which boasts a dedicated toilet and kitchen facility, as well as a porch at the entrance. On the right of the slide, a rented house of a factory worker was also documented. Next. Site data analysis. A comparative study based on aspects such as ratio of room size to number of people, ratio of toilet facilities to number of people, and hierarchy of spaces is studied and brought to light. The dissertation tends to address the issues faced by the workers residing within the factory and rented residences. Next. The inverse figure and ground analysis highlights the ratio of density of development to open area in Morbi city and in the industrial cluster. The presence of empty pockets or land patches in between the factories are used as dumping grounds or parking for trucks. The thesis intends to use these negative spaces as a potential area for the demonstration of the proposal. Next. Design intent. The graphic demonstrates the intent of the program, which is to foster interaction between the migrant factory workers, workers of different factories, while providing them with a better living scenario. The program is envisioned as a prototype which can be multiplied within the empty pockets or negative spaces between the enterprises throughout the ceramic cluster. Next, site options. Based on the presence of negative pockets in between the factories, a total of 6 potential sites are highlighted, out of which 1 will be used to demonstrate the proposal. Next. The selected site has a total area of 26,730 square meters, is a vacant land which is owned by the local authority of Morbi and is located in proximity to NH27. Next. The proposal intends to cater to the migrant workers living within the 8 factories located in proximity to the site. A preliminary figure and ground analysis and existing land use analysis shows the scanty and scattered development with the dominance of industrial and commercial activity in the cluster, with a few residential units here and there, which is actually the current factory residences. Next, design strategies. Learning from Morbi, finding the essence of development, the character of the streets, identity of the, I just skipped one page. This is the design brief. The program focuses on a housing facility catering to 300 workers who live with their families, giving rise to a total population of 800 to 900. In addition, a middle and secondary schooling facility is also proposed for 100 to 120 students, and a vocational training facility for 50 to 100 people is also proposed. Next slide. Design strategies. Learning from Morbi, finding the essence of development, the character of streets, the identity of the houses form the basis to the method of proposing a housing scheme catering to the industrial population, while simultaneously studying concepts of Eyes on the Street by Jane Jacobs. Next. Design strategies such as streets, chokes, plinths, and otlas act as potential areas for communal interaction. The presence of chokes act as a post point to the already dynamic thoroughfare, whereas otlas act as a threshold between the public and the private, thus making it a shared space. Next. Steps and staircases is more than a tool for vertical connection. They provide the concept of eyes on the street by providing an elevated view, giving a glimpse of the neighborhood. Terraces act as an important tool for promoting community interaction and are multifunctional in nature. Next. The concept of self-incrementation and converting existing residential rooms facing the road to small commercial shopfronts is extensively seen in the existing fabric. These particular rooms have dual use. During the morning, they're used for commercial activities, and during the night for residential purposes. Next. Site development. The site development is highlighted in 8 stages, with stage 1 being the existing scenario. Stage 2 is demarcation of potential entry points and setbacks. Stage 3, where a network of roads is established within the site. And stage 4, where a series of bends and chokes are added to the proposed road network. Next. Stage 5 shows the placement of the public amenity buildings along the chokes and a playground at the center of the site. Stage 6 is the placement of services. Stage 7 is the allocating of location and type of housing cluster, and stage 8 is the final scenario. Next. Site plan. The proposed site plan gives an overview of the envisioned housing scheme. The proposed arterial road forms the spine connecting the housing clusters. Along the arterial road is the schooling facility at the north end of the site, followed by the playground in the middle and the vocational training facility located towards the southern end of the site. Next. Design concept. The concept of the housing facility revolves around a base unit, a cube of 3 by 3 by 3 meters, which when multiplied forms one module. Multiple modules, when interlocked, flipped, and mirrored, give rise to one cluster with pockets of interactive junctions, thoroughfares, and terraces. Next. As mentioned, a unit of 3 by 3 by 3 meters is chosen. The planning of each space is demonstrated out here. Next. Based on the living scenario of the workers, that is single, extended, nuclear, and joint family, the modules are designed to cater to the needs of each. The areas vary from a minimum of 22.5 square meter to a maximum of 37.5 square meters. A detailed overview of the zoning of each module is provided on the right. Towards the bottom, the massing and classification of spaces of a typical module is explained, while aspects such as cross ventilation, structural stability have also been incorporated. Next. Demonstration of the design strategies. Concepts such as open planning allow the user to change the layout as per their need, and elements such as otlas, staircases, which act as communal interaction spaces by providing eyes on the streets, have been incorporated. Next. Terraces act as an important tool for promoting community interaction. Incrementation leads to the generation of new communal interaction spaces and connections. Aspects such as cross ventilation, shading, and aseismic design strategies have also been incorporated. Next. A total of 7 different types of modules are designed, aspects such as incrementality, economical construction, open planning, shared spaces, precast construction, asesmic design strategies have been incorporated. Next. This is the demonstration of planning of module a one-room kitchen incremental on the ground floor and a one-room kitchen non-incremental on the first floor. Next. This is the demonstration of planning of module B, which has a one-room kitchen on the ground floor as well as on the first floor, both with the opportunity to increment. Module C is a one-room kitchen fully incremental. It is designed for families which are expected to grow in the near future. Next. Excuse me.
Nikhil, 10 minutes.
Yeah, module D is a two-room fully incremental. It is designed for families that are already big but expected to grow in the near future. And module E is a two-room non-incremental on the ground floor and a one-room kitchen non-incremental on the first floor. Next. Module F is a two-room kitchen on the ground floor as well as on the first floor, which are non-incremental in nature. And module G is a standalone one-storied ground-storied one-room kitchen unit. Next. In addition to the housing units, dormitories have also been proposed in the clusters to accommodate the workers who are staying by themselves in the industrial setting. Next. The opportunity to self-increment the modules helps cater to growing family size and need to augment income. A gist of the different possibilities is demonstrated here. Next. This is the demonstration of incrementation opportunity for module A and B. Next. This is the incremental opportunity for module B and C. Next. This is the incremental opportunity for module D and G. Next. The requirement for public amenities is necessary. It allows the scheme to be self-reliant while promoting community interaction. As the name suggests, Vishramalaya, it is a multi-level porous structure around a courtyard which hosts a series of public amenities. Next. A similar demonstration is done beneath an overhead storage reservoir. Next. Three different types of clusters are proposed, that is cluster A, B, and C. Next. This is the master plan. This is part one of the master plan of the ground floor. Next. This is part two of the ground floor master plan. Next. This is part three of the ground floor master plan. Next. This slide shows part one of the first floor layout. Next. This slide shows part two of the first floor layout. Next. And this slide shows part three of the first floor layout. Next. A detailed ground floor layout of cluster A is shown here. Cluster A houses a total of 18 modules catering to a population of 124. Towards the top left is the Vishramalaya A and towards the center is the dormitories. Next. This is the detailed first floor layout of cluster A. Next. This is the detailed layout of roof layout of cluster A with the highlighted portions as the accessible roof area. Next. An axonometric view of the ground floor of cluster A showing activities within the houses as well as the courtyards and thoroughfares which promote communal interaction. Next. An axonometric view of the first floor of cluster A. Notice the terraces and the staircase which foster neighborhood interaction as well as provide eyes on the street. Next. This is an axonometric view of the proposed cluster post completion. Next. This is highlighted in color as some incremented spaces. With incrementation, the ground floor hosts a range of activities from shops to salons, whereas the first floor leads to the development of terraces and thoroughfares. Next. This slide shows section A through cluster A, the housing facility, and the cluster B, while section A is shown in detail. Next. This slide shows a detailed section through the schooling facility and proposed views of the school. Next. This is section BB. Next. This is a detailed section to the street demonstrating the yeah. Sorry, 12 minutes.
30.
Okay. This detailed elevations through the street demonstrating the envisioned street character, also proposed view showing communal interaction at street and terrace level. Next. Next, this is both is section CC. Next. These are some envisioned views of the proposal post completion. Next. The future speculation. The proposal is envisioned to improve the quality of life of the migrant factory workers. It aims at being an integral part of the industrial setting. It is visualized that the design will eventually blend in with the existing fabric, thus fostering interaction at an urban level. Next. Sustainable parameters such as using discarded sanitary ware as co-aggregates for precast beams and slabs, ceramic dust being used as an element for construction of precast columns and slabs is used. Next. Adapting the precast technology of construction, the following exploded axonometric view is showing the typical connection details of a precast housing module which is proposed in the project. Next. You can just slide through these pages. They are typical construction details which have been incorporated into the design. These are, yeah. Yes, that's it. I'm done. I'm ready to take questions now.
Wonderful. Over to Sanjeev ji.
Yeah, this was thorough and comprehensive. The few things that stood out for me. One was the quality of your graphics, and you sort of maintain that graphical template across this vast body of work. This is, sort of stood out almost like a master's project rather than a BR's thesis. On the one hand, it's, this was not really a building design. This is more like housing design. That's what you're studying. You're studying a bigger problem of migrant labor. And then you're sort of looking at a specific regional geography where an industrial cluster around certain industrial activity takes place, and then designing housing, which is substantial. And the housing design has, expectations like dwelling units per acre, or some sense of the kind of density that you were sort of proposing on that site could have made sense. But nonetheless, the sheer quantum of work that you proposed, down to construction details, was impressive. So in that sense, I had a sense of clarity and coherence with the project. The story flew clearly where you started and where we ended. The graphical template and your focus, you maintained focus on that housing aspect, sort of provided the clarity. I like the idea of modular, that it was not completely dictated down to the housing unit level. Things change, families grow, economic fortunes of places goes up and down, and flexibility is helpful that way. The modular was was a much more influential concept back in the day, in 80s and 90s. So it was nice to sort of see someone going back to it and speaking to it in terms of families growing over time, and both horizontally as well as vertically. What would have been a little nicer, as I said, was, if you're doing housing, then follow the parameters of what housing folks would expect. Dwelling units per acre, ground coverage, what else? Environmentally, I would have liked to sort of see the connection of this place with the surrounding context. You did a good job of that in the earlier part of the presentation, but towards the end, once you were showing us the views of the post-construction, at that point in time, how is this place interacting with the surroundings?
Sure.
I'll hand over to the next reviewer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Srivatsan, you want to go? I'll go last.
Yeah. I agree with what Sanjeev had said, but a couple of points that I wanted you to consider. One, I thought I was a little concerned with the unit size that you're looking at. You're starting with 22 square meters, but roughly even, even a slumboard tenement even begins with about 350 square feet. So I don't know if you want to consider the premise of your basic unit size, okay? And how does it compare with the existing minimum standards? Because housing, making it affordable, is also connected to the sizes. So you can't possibly provide a very small unit size, one. in extending the same point, so what are the maximum after the modular and incremental housing? What is the maximum a family or household will have in terms of build space? So there should, and because one of the biggest problems that most of the slum board, housing board face, and when you have different variations, it becomes very difficult on the ground to implement. So allocation, the beneficiary allocation has huge problems when you have too many variations. So you would want to sort of give it a little consideration in terms of the eventual unit size. And another ground level problem is the incremental housing, as it was early followed in sites and services schemes, was easy to implement because these were strips of properties with minimum services, and it was just left. So people built as they wish to build. And it took how many years? But when you want to do that in a vertical thing, on the ground again, see, you're now, we'll have to make a distinction between the social housing provided for EWS, etc., versus migrant housing, which is actually one step below. You know, so this is the first level of housing before you get into the formal housing market. Either it's provided by state or it is provided by a private sector. So the approach towards what is called the first step housing to the next step housing, you need to think in terms of project formulation and also implementation, because you're talking like migrant housing, but essentially you're rolling it out like another social housing project. So which will not be the case on ground, because this will be the first step housing. Because currently what happens is huts and slums subdivide their houses and give it to migrant housing, and then they subsequently move into a formal housing market. So some distinction there. But if you were not to think it as a migrant housing, but you're generally looking at incremental social housing, etc., then that's a different project. Of course, this doesn't take away anything from what you have done, but if you were to conceptualize within migrant housing, then we may have to make a distinction with the different kinds of products and projects that are available in the housing sector. So that you need to probably consider. And I quite like these, not looking at one grand projects, but look at a series of strategies and then allow it to evolve. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, my only concern was these three things: more practical on the ground, variations in size, difficult to deliver, identify beneficiaries, there'll be huge problems on the ground. To the unit sizes, both the minimum and the maximum that you can possibly fetch. And three, to differentiate migrant housing from social housing. That will be really necessary for both policy and subsequent project development.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I'd like to address, just 1 second, I'd just like to address, sir. So current, like when you say the areas, they play a very important role in migrant housing or any low income group housing. So currently they're living in, like, say about 9 to 10 square feet or a maximum, 9 to 10 to 11 square meters. That's if you say about 120 square feet minimum. So, but then I started looking up the GDCR regulations and etc. So they suggest a minimum of about 17 to 18 square meters. And I have gone slightly on board by, pushing that to a 22.5. So, given a little bit more flexibility. And yes, again, I agree that if it's possible, I'd just like to point out on slide number 30, if we could open up slide number 33. So I'd just like to where the issue, or you say that they usually they might rent it out to someone else or something like that. So this was my take on it. So when you look at this
response. Just quick response on those numbers. You'll have to be careful because the migrant is standards are different. The low income standards are different.
Okay.
See, for example, the new projects funded by ADB, World Bank, you're looking at 400 plus square feet, which includes corridors. and it also sometimes goes up to 441. So if you can make those distinctions, then we can talk about it separately, you know. And also, if you see the recent migrant housing policy coming through industrial housing, etc., essentially what is promoted on the ground is hostels, hostel blocks, like a unit. So there is no question of incremental housing. So we have to make a distinction. But if you look at it as a solution to low-cost housing and incremental, then it's a great project. But if you want to sort of very practically ground it within the existing products, that we can talk about it separately. So I don't want to.
Sure. Yeah, of course. I mean, I do understand your point. I value your feedback, and I'll look back at it. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, Nikhil, thanks so much for the project. Really wonderful set of case studies as well. I mean, the different kinds of housing typologies that exist, sort of reflecting on that, etc. I only have, I'm nitpicking on the design itself. I just found, the structural elements to be too chunky. I was wondering if, we could consider, or have you considered that these are all precast elements? The 3x3 module works very well, but maybe there are, additional modules as well that, and maybe it's a kit of parts kind of thing. So rather than just thinking about this one thing, maybe, railings and staircases, all of the stuff that you've already shown, but just thinking about the way that they come together and the multiple, operations one could try with them. I really don't have much else to add from Srivatsan and from Sanjeev, but just the idea that maybe the design itself could have, taken a little bit more attention. Maybe the size of things were a bit too chunky. That the actual and the last thing that I wanted to also add was in the master plan. Yes, you've drawn it all up, and just representationally, it's not very clear what the in-between spaces are like in terms of quality. And if there was some way to sort of highlight that, because it is very nice, but it isn't coming through in your drawings, and also the engagement of this community with its surrounding context and what those junctions are like, where there are other settlements or factories or compound walls or bus stops or whatever. That what are those? I mean, this is just adding to what you've already done quite comprehensively. But the idea of the master plan and the idea of the delicacy of the structure and how one could have made it a little better.
Okay, sure. So I'll like to address the first question is, okay, so I have taken into consideration that it will be a precast module that will be built. So the full structure is going to be precast, and to get it down to a more sustainable aspect, I'm trying to use the existing debris, the ceramic debris that are placed on the plot. So because ceramic debris is a problem that is in a ceramic cluster, they usually dump it off at one central location or outside their plot. So I'm trying to use those debris only as potential aggregates for when you mix it in concrete, or even when you can use ceramic dust for making slabs. So while not hampering that the tensile quality or the tensile quality of the structure, because this is again in a seismic zone 4. So that's why when you say that, I do agree that probably at some point the structures look a little, like the structural elements, they look a little bulky. But I was just taking into consideration that probably is because it's in seismic zone 4, it has a lot of seismic activity happening every now and then. So that was one of the considerations of why was done this way.
I'm only nitpicking, Nikhil. I mean, it's something that one can spend some time.
Yes, yeah, of course. I'm just my just the justification on my part.
Really, thank you.
Yeah. And other than that, so when you talk about the junctions, I do agree that mostly all of them are overlooking the street. But yes, I do understand, like I do not have a particular view so that would give you a better clarity of those particular streets. So yeah, that's something that I'll have to keep in mind. So just to probably bring it out to the jury or to someone who's seeing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful. And now we move on to Terminus Delta, presented by Rohan Vishwanathan of Delhi.
Hi. Am I audible?
Yes, and after that will be Abhishek Raj. with the reconception of railway station, Madurai.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Abhishek Raj, remain available?
Yeah, yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you.
Am I clearly audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Can we go to the next slide? The railway industry has been a trusted service provider in India for more than a century and has played a pivotal role in connecting masses across India, helping it compete in the global market as a strong contender. Even today, rail prevails as the most economic and feasible method for transport across cities. Railway stations are an untapped resource in the Indian economy, which can not only help in generating revenue, but can also act as catalyst for the development of areas around them. The railways transport over 22 million passengers and 3.03 million tons of freight on a fully functional day, and there are more than 7,321 stations in India. Next slide. Stations can be looked at as an intersection of place and node concepts. As a place, it has to act as a landmark and center for users, and as a node, it must allow the network to function efficiently while connecting to the city. A balance in both these aspects is important for a railway station to smoothly function. Metaphorically, stations can also be looked at as nodes in a large network that ties the urban realm together with the railway lines. The relation between the city and the station is of prime importance while designing. As an existing entity in many cities, stations have existed longer but have not developed at the same pace as with the city. Next slide. If structures are physical manifestations of functions and functions are affected by the context, we find a direct correlation to empirically arrive at the kind of structures that need to be built. Next slide. There are mainly two reasons for the conception of this project. One is that the existing station cannot cater to the increase in trains, which is almost doubled as all eastbound trains are to be rerouted to Anand Vihar. And second, Indian railways are perceived as dilapidated areas with crowded platform where one just wants to board a train and leave as soon as possible, while stations are an important checkpoint in every journey. Next slide. The thesis aims at redeveloping the existing Anand Vihar terminal into a modern station, and in doing so focuses on creating a threshold, which acts as an eastern gateway to the city, and as a third place which is formed from the merging of the transit and the city. The project conceives a station which is not just remembered as platforms, but as a center, a space for activities, a station that connects the city instead of breaking it into two halves. Three stations were looked at to get an idea of station design: the New Delhi railway station, Berlin Central, and Rotterdam Central. One can notice that while catering to the highest number of passengers, New Delhi station has very few passenger amenities and concessions. While all stations are linked to transport networks, New Delhi is not very pedestrian friendly, and to connect to the metro, it is not a covered connection, making it very difficult to access during monsoons, having to cross over the vehicular moving traffic that is in the front of the station. Next slide. It's not that stations in India do not have space. The vertical aspect of development in stations have not been considered at all. So it is inferred that in terminal stations, it is imperative to segregate departure and arrival. And in this case, it could also be vertical. Moreover, IRSDC mandates the separation wherever possible. The link to transport systems is also vital, and the scheme must consolidate retail and movement. Next slide. Structural case examples showed that structural efficiency is directly related to the identity of the building, as well as in directing people in large halls. It also becomes crucial to have an overall integration of structure and services in design in order to help in wayfinding and proper operation of the station. Next slide. Next slide. Right now, the station operates till Patna in the northeastern zone, but would expand till Assam once all eastbound trains are rerouted to Anand Vihar terminal. Next slide. The station is a terminal station by function, but acts as a through station architecturally. What it means for us is that the trains pass through the station and all the footover bridge will have to span instead of it coming on one end of the platform. Next slide. 28 hectares in spread, the site is abutted by one main road, the Chaudhary Charan Singh Marg. An overhead metro line passes through the site, and there is also a road connect from the Swami Dayanand Marg. The platforms are on an embankment of 4 meters from the road level. Next slide. Based on visits to the site, it was noticed that people cross the tracks to go to the other side. The site right now is in a central location of all transport systems in the vicinity, and it must also help in the navigation of pedestrians, while the area lacks public spaces for people to stay, which are pedestrian friendly. The site must also fuse with the existing transport network. Remain in the previous slide. Existing transport network, the metro, the ISBT, the Kaushambi bus depot, and the main road. Next slide. While transport systems usually cut the city, go above it or under it, the station is already cutting the city into two halves. So in order to mitigate this imbalance, Terminus Delta tries to elevate the city to a higher level, taking the street above the station, also providing a connect to the other side of the city, inducing synergy in the area. Next slide. Initially, offices were placed on top of the platforms to utilize the space that was available vertically. But on further examination, the space in front of the platforms formed a better location for the offices. And it also evolved to connect directly from the metro. The space on top of the platforms is right now utilized for the concourses and the retail. And the front retail also evolves into an important anchor to allow for people to infuse into the site. Next slide. We can see that the metro connects at a higher level to the station using the sky bridge. Next slide. Majorly, next slide. Majorly, the station is divided vertically with four main levels: the retail, the departure, and the existing platforms which are below it, and the arrivals which are taken even below the existing platforms. The main roof canopy ties the whole station together, providing a front face for the station. Next slide. The departure is raised to a higher level at 12 meters, and the road is taken above for dropping off, while another road dips below the forecourt for parking and arrivals. The road reemerges on the other end, connecting to the main road or to the arrival pickup area for the station passengers. The retail deck is at the level of the metro and connects to the terminal from where metro passengers enter the station. Next slide. At no point in the station does a passenger who wants to board the train carry the luggage up after entering. So the platforms are at 4-meter level and the retail deck is above at the 18-meter level. So they're maintained at the 4-meter level. Next slide. The site plan demonstrates how the roof form dips and merges with the main canopy. The forecourt is generated as an interface to the city to cater to the general public. Being an important location in the migrant corridor, the forecourt benefits passengers from other mediums of transport, providing sanctuary to the people who do not wish to enter the station, but are in need for space to spill out into. The retail deck binds the design together in the upper level, connecting to the metro as well as the station below. Next. The next 3 slides show how the masses are distributed vertically in the station. The metro connects directly to the public realm at an elevated deck, and the 4 main levels of the station are illustrated in these sectional perspectives. The next slide as well. Next slide. The retail plan highlights the connection to the offices from this level via cores. The blue ones are the cores. There are points in the station where a person wanting to enter the station can enter and keep going down to the platform to board their train. Next slide. The zoomed in drawing shows how these spaces are fragmented into smaller volumes of activities to maintain a main spine for wayfinding. Next slide. Next one. The departure level plan expresses how the retail and operations of the station are combined to form a seamless concourse, allowing for smooth transition to the platforms. Next slide. Since this is a terminal station, all trains terminate or start here. So there is ample time for early arriving passengers to take full advantage of the concessions that are provided in the station. LOS levels were referred to design the space for maximum capacity with over 60 years of traffic in mind for the future. Next slide. You can go to slide 32 directly. The forecourt is the membrane that connects to the city, blurring boundaries between the inside and outside, with ample landscape spaces for resting. Next slide. In the current scenario, as we are relieving ourselves from the lockdown, public spaces are very important and we would need more spaces than ever before to stay safe and maintain social distancing. The forecourt provides for such a spillout. Kiosks are provided for local shopkeepers to incorporate their shops and plug into the station, inhabiting it and transforming the space into a truly Indian public space for all kinds of activities. You could go to slide 36. Disembarking passengers have no need to interact with the boarding passengers. Slide 36. With 4 underpasses for exit from the platforms, they led to the forecourt above. Next slide. You can go to slide 39 directly. The section depicts how the main roof canopy spans over the entire concourse, acting as a cursor for wayfinding. Next slide. The vertical split in levels show how the platform and tracks are in the middle of the scheme, becoming part of the whole configuration. Next slide. The offices can be clearly seen sinking towards the center, creating a void, highlighting the center of the station, forming a landmark. The tree columns interact with the space, engaging in a dialogue with the users. Skylights are provided to ensure maximum lights and platforms below without hindering movement in the spaces above. Next slide. The platform roofs on either side have glass skylights over tracks to provide for light in the platforms below. Next slide. Next slide. The elevations show how the mass is distributed on either side of the station. One side is kept lower as to respond to the metro station on the end. And the other side responds to the road that exists on the other side, the Chaudhary Charan Singh.
10 minutes up.
Okay. You can go to 47 slide. The roof canopy can be seen draping over the station while the sky bridge adds to the assemblage of the whole station. Slide 50. The offices are stepping up with break spaces in every alternate or 2 or 3 levels as a semi-public recreational area. Slide 55. The orientation of the building was not something which was up for negotiation, but the walls were available to be oriented and respond to the climate by cutting off the west sun and allowing the north light, and cutting off the southwest sun, allowing the south sun to enter during the winters. Next slide. The roof structure is designed with structural efficiency in mind. They are optimized to be fabricated and fixed on site with almost all equal sizes of members. Next slide. Space frames are vector active systems acting in only tension or compression. Next slide. The platform roofs were also designed as structural trees, taking forward the idea and diluting them to provide skylight for the platforms. Next slide. The underpasses were spanned with the help of box girders on one side to support the tracks and platforms above, with double T's acting as secondary beams. Next slide. Next slide. Almost the whole station is daylit, as well as the offices above are daylit. Next slide. 5 parts in the station and offices were calculated to minimize the distance to about 90 meters in the public space. Next, you can go to slide 65. Ventilation in railways cannot be fully air conditioned due to budget constraints. Displacement ventilation can be seen as an alternative which cools only certain areas in the station up to certain heights. Misting from the diffusers can be used in non-humid seasons for cooling, and these diffusers can be placed in the platform and in the other areas as shown. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. Okay. Next slide. The terminal is no longer seen as just an impressive building, but kind of a square covered with a massive canopy that fills the station with natural daylight. In the end, the station is just a large living room, acting as a breather space in the city, providing sanctuary for all those who seek for it. Next slide. This ends my presentation. Thank you.
Over to Bijoy.
First, I think this is now Rohan, right? Yeah. Thanks, Rohan, for the presentation. It's a very comprehensive study. I mean, at least the background of it and, you know, the case studies. Also, to some extent, you know, it seems like you've kind of understood some of the workings of these large, you know, transport hubs. My primary question is, you know, at the end of this large amount of research and this idea of making, you know, something as complex as this, at the end of it, what is that architecture about, you know, and how do we come to that as the end of that whole process? So if I was to go back to some of the other case studies that you've done, and if I was to evaluate circulation, for instance, it's evident that, you know, you're now separating departures and arrivals. And so there are these strategies that are fairly obvious, used all over the place, which you've used here as well. And so these sort of utilitarian concerns are addressed to some extent. But the question is, as an architectural expression with that big roof in the middle, the two office towers, and then the sort of pinching of that office tower to then accommodate the roof, etc. These moves are a bit, they're unclear as to why one would get to this point. And so, you know, I'm kind of struggling a little bit with that. Otherwise, I don't have anything else to contribute. Yeah. Thanks.
So, well, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so when it initially started, the idea was, and this was a ongoing conversation with my guides as well, that a station should, in the end, have a good form as well. So this form was developed keeping in mind that the station would become a public space and would initially, in the end, even become a landmark, consequently even become a landmark for the whole space. So the form was developed keeping in mind that the metro is on the one end and the other end corresponds to the road. So the center could, in the end, become a void that encapsulates the whole surrounding of the area, saying that, okay, the station is over here and people can come in. There is a void that is generated and people can come into the space. So the center is highlighted that way.
Yeah,
So the roof form was a consequent.
Some of the, of course, I understand, the metro comes and joins the building at one point. The office towers have to somehow come and meet this big concourse that you've got in the middle. It just feels like those junctions and the articulation of the form as a result of those junctions isn't, I mean, maybe it's a little bit further along the way and you haven't arrived at it yet. So those junctions seem awkward and ill-conceived. So that, yeah, the formal expression seems to have overwhelmed other considerations. Yeah.
Yes, the junctions were something that I was closely looking into, but I think they could be developed further.
Yes, can Professor Srivatsan join in?
Just to add what the Joyce saying, see, these humongous stations integrating multimodal as more or less the norm, and you could probably not seen it in Indian thing, but it probably Hong Kong, China. These are quite these humongous stations and integrations of sort of the norm in which large station areas are developed. So what would have been interesting is to actually see, many of these are in existence for more than 5 years or so, and even more, is to see whether these kind of large approaches would be suitable for every city that one is doing. For example, in your case, in this town, whether there is, I'm talking both in terms of economic viability and also a physical necessity to do that. Probably in this city, maybe it will be better to activate certain other parts of the city strategically by shifting some of these activities to another part of the city. It doesn't necessarily have to, because it is not facing the same kind of land pressure and so on and so forth. When one is not imagining Bombay here, something like that. So one could have grounded this approach more contextually to the town, and so that the program could be far more relatable to the city in which, and by thereby actually even bringing the station to something very more manageable in terms of scale. That's one thing. Second, my point is, can I finish so that? Yeah. The second is to also sort of see the building as one of the strategic intervention in a larger neighborhood. See, you're looking primarily, if you see the way you're responding is to only on one side where you have a large foreground and spaces, etc. But something as big as this would probably want to kind of connect through elevated connections to adjoining area. And let's say for a moment that your project is such a huge successful intervention, the land values across and around will all increase, and suddenly there is all kinds of development. So which need not every time touch the ground and come into your place. So it could connect directly into your project. So both either below the ground or above the ground. So how do you sort of integrate it within the larger, some broad considerations, because now those possibilities we'll have to now examine after 5 years when something happens around you. Things, but your design in itself doesn't seem to make those kind of gestures or anticipations. if not detail it, but at least make some gestures and well, is also we'll have to sort of look at how while separating departures and arrivals is one thing, but the substantial amount of concern in stations has been the amenities, the common amenities, given the economic profile of the travelers, and how many of these facilities are paid facilities, how many of them are common facilities, and where does that sort of a social consideration come? Because while nice to have borrowed some strategies from designing airports, some are very specific to the stations in Indian context. You know, probably you need a little dorm, someplace to shower. You know what I'm saying is some attention to those things could have. I'm sure you've thought about it, but you could have highlighted those as well, as much as you are highlighting on the technical flows of passengers, cars, etc. But this flows of amenities and you know, the kind of different profiles of people that you may want to use, and how you're sensitive to those conditions, and given the state in which this particular project is located, and what you sort of anticipate, and so on. These are my 3 big points.
Right. So as per the first query, so the area was something that was a result of what the IRSDC has mandated and sort of taking from their master plan and developing on top of it. So while I tried to skim down the area as much as possible, this was the least that could be brought down to. I understand your concern, but this is what the government has right now mandated. And I agree with your other points. I think the social aspect could be highlighted. What I tried to do was, so one, you said that it could be connected to the areas nearby. So the forecourt actually does that. It provides that space for people to spill out from the other transport mediums. While skywalks and these walkover bridges could be a further development on these, I don't see that actually happening right now. So grounded connection as such terminates in the forecourt in front of the station and above the station on the retail deck, which connects to the either side. So social aspect was also looked into. So the unpaid concourse is not just on the departure level. So the retail level is also open totally to the public. They don't have to take a station ticket or buy a ticket or enter the station in order to use the retail area, which acts as the high street as well as the commercial area above the station. So the departure is in the middle, but there's the retail deck above, which actually acts as that buffer, which connects to the other side of the city as well, the Karkaduma side of it.
Okay. Can I request Professor Sanjeev to step in?
Yeah, I'll add a few points to what's been said already. I thought it was interesting that you did, you studied the cases of Berlin and Rotterdam, apart from New Delhi. And that design sensibility sort of showed in the overall building form. You know, it looked like a European station at some level to me. I wasn't sure if we needed so much of office space. You know, that's a large, substantial area.
These are rentable office space.
Huh? In this particular location, and what implication would it have on the surrounding larger geography, right? In terms of the real estate, local real estate market, in terms of the shopping requirements in that area. So that was a question for me. The second was these are for eastbound trains, right? And this sort of builds on the social aspect Professor Shibatson was talking about, right? Eastbound trains. So I imagine these are trains from Delhi heading to UP and Bihar and Bengal, and you know, it's seasonal traffic. There are moments when it builds up. For example, closer to Diwali or Chhat Puja, right? I mean, imagine the number of people who sort of use these train stations. So you know, if in addition to everything that you showed, if you'd sort of shown, for example, the number of people this place could cater to on peak days of the 365 days, and how, you know, sort of plaza becomes sort of this open space where people with the traffic, human traffic, can spill over when there are moments when, you know, a simple platform, however wide, might not be able to cater. So some sort of contextualization, train stations, just like airports are sort of a global typology. So I sort of get that this you didn't want it to look in a certain way, and your form sort of reinforces the multimodal nature of a transportation node where different transportation modes come together. Some contextualization to specific conditions would have helped. And so also, this large project, how does it sort of relate to the surrounding geography in terms of what kind of traffic loads would be generated of folks and vehicles coming out from these places at specific times. That's early mornings when the trains arrive, and afternoons and late evenings when many trains tend to leave. So the larger geography would have been, connections would have been helpful as well.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rohan. That was an interesting presentation. We now move on to the last presentation of the day, and that is Abhishek Raj speaking on the reconception of a railway station, Madurai.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
You can start. You can start now.
Okay. So hi, sir. So I've started my thesis like reconception of railway station as a public space. Next slide. Yeah. So Indian railway stations formed by the 5 words like drivers of urban development, built form of identity, permanent architecture manifestation, central position, and image of a city. Next slide. But these words on today's condition, railway station is a major question. Like a station forms like a huge traffic of commuters and movement of people from one platform to other platforms, and the hawkers, retail shops, and major users plays a major role in the railway station. Next slide. Yeah, I started my thesis with two questions. Like railway station is no longer just a place to book tickets, deboard, or board a train, where a place user must experience. So next question is, railway station is a public space. Does it really act as a public space? Does it really act as a public space notation? Next slide. So my thesis project, like railway station is one meant for commute. What is the next stage of next phase of railway station? That is, it combines with the railway public space and the experience. So I've started my thesis with the project of osmosis project through osmosis, like concentration from a molecule moved from a higher concentration to lower concentration to a semi-permeable membrane. Next slide. Here, the semi-permeable membrane acts as an architecture where architecture is act as a pull factor or influencer which attracts users to move from a lower concentration to higher concentration in means of vertical elements also. Next slide. Yeah, I started my thesis with a study like breaking down the larger to smaller. So I started from what is the railway station and the timeline of Indian railway station, and how the stations are formed. So stations are formed like from one city to other city. The need often transport to move a material. So stations are for 2 points of formed. So intermediate, there's a point needed to repairing or the maintenance of locomotive or refilling of locomotive. That's the point where stations are formed. Then meanwhile, the stations have been act as an intermodal concept. Then it connects to other end of a city. Next slide. Yeah. So breaking further, I've come to a southern zone of studying a southern zone railway stations like Chennai, Tiruchirappalli, Salem, Madurai, Coimbatore. So these are the southern stations, and the passenger traffic and the train movements and the user traffic. And the next slide. Yeah, breaking further. So I've studied the 4 stations with certain parameters like size, traffic count, linkage with the city, layout of station, element of station like entrance, exit, hall, primary platform, secondary platform, tertiary platform, and the connecting corridors. So connecting corridors plays a major role to connect a city from one side to other side. So station divides the city into 2. So connecting corridors like foot overbridge or the sub bridge, which connects the city into 2 as a pedestrian one. Next one. Next slide. Then the station with physical fabric relation, amenity placements like entrance, hall, platforms. So amenity placements mainly placed on the first platform, where the trains are originating from the first platform, which act as a primary platform. Then the positive and negative spaces. Here, the positive and negative spaces plays a major role. Like it depends on the usage of users, where the line of control is less. Like act as a last platform, act as a positive space, and the edge of a platform act as a positive space, where the line of control is less. Then the edge conditions. So breaking further, has started study the type of users like tourists, office goers, students, onward destinator, thoroughfare, hawkers, and their spatial need, and how they plays a major role in the station. Like tourists plays a major role in the entrance, waiting hall area, and then exit space. Then office goers plays a major role in the platform level. So they get in that to the platform level, takes a train and moves to the next city. So through their observation and the questionnaire sessions, list down the spatial needs. Next slide. Yeah. So other users of non-traveler users are railway working staff, auto drivers, car drivers, vendors, commercial shopkeepers, then security forces. These are the non-travelers people also plays a major role in the railway station. Next slide. So coming to the site, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India, which is more on southern major connecting zone in form of transport. So Madurai is a more on older settlement which settled over the bank of river Vaigai. Next slide. Yeah. So this is a context of Madurai, where a station which divides the city into two, where the right hand side has the older settlement, which is 100 years old, which is more on mixed commercial, and the 100 years old Meenakshi Amman temple. So station divides the center in the city into two, and here it is a new settlement, which is further developed settlement over the years. Next slide. Yeah, considering the context, so there is no place of pedestrian tram which connects the city into two. So the people or users uses the footdoor bridge of a railway station as a connecting ramp over the two sides. So I started to create a ramp over the railway station which connects us both sides of the city as a pedestrian one. Next slide. So coming to the site, which is 28 acres, has an 100 years old concourse. Yeah, the 100 years old concourse which is settled at the eastern entrance. So this is a old settlement. So people move and to a station where the station becomes a more public at the edge of a station. Next slide. Yeah. Through a physical model study and sketches, have developed various iterations for the station to become as a public space and notion to attain a station as a public one. Next slide. Yeah. So generally a station formed by the entry unpaid area, then the platform, which is a paid area or the line of control, then the unpaid area and the entry. So I've started to reconcepting a station. So a entry and then arrival concourse, where the arrival concourse there's the ticketing counter and the amenities which moves people to a departure concourse, which is 6 meter height from the platform level. So I've segregated people. So from the people from the development of a station, like there's an existing concourse on western and eastern side and connecting to two connecting bridges. So I've created a ramp which is 30-meter wide platform. Can you previous slide? So next slide. Yeah. So I've created the ramp. Hello. Previous one. Hello. Is it audible? Yeah, this slide. So I've created the ramp over the station which connects the both sides of the city, act as a pedestrian pathway, and the amenities placed on the edge of a platform to move to a 6-meter height platform, act as the a common amenity level which acts as a departure concourse level where people stays, and if train comes they moves down to a station. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So coming to the peripheral area, this is there's an existing concourse, and I've created 3 more concourse level for the future expansion of passenger traffic. These are the ramp have created for 30-meter wide platform level. So ramp, it acts as an grounded level platform for the public use. Then edge of a station acts as an amenity for the transport and goods movement. So I have created 3 sub-pedestrian pathway act as a pull factor from the train to out of a station. Next slide. So these are the departure concourse level. These are the departure concourse level where the amenities are placed over the. I've divided the departure concourse level into 3 stages. So these stages act as a public space. These 2 are act as a semi-public space where the public space allows the non-travel people to get in, where it's filled with the library, restaurant, food court, and the engaging activities for the non-traveler users, and they experience the railway station. So semi-public space will act as a line of control where the people will be travelers will be filled with the amenities like waiting room, paid area, then the restrooms, and more on. Next slide. So a roof of a railway station acts as a huge land of railway station, which acts as a.
10 minutes up.
Yeah, okay, sir. Yeah, I'll move on. So act as I've designed to create these space as a public space. Next slide. So this is a full view of a railway station. Here the ramp acts as an which connects both sides of the city, and the roof of a railway station acts as a public space, a flexible public space which connects to existing bridge over the which is connected to existing vehicular bridge. Next slide. So these are the master plan of a master plan. Next slide. So these are created. These are peripheral area platform level. So these 3 are the sub-pedestrian pathway which pulls people from train to move out of a station. These are from the study. Then I've created 3 more concourse level. Next one. So zooming to a concourse level. So I've created the people in and out of a station. People in from a city takes a ticket and moves through a vertical element and moves to a departure concourse level. Next slide. So these are the movement of a users, like people to board the train, people to deboard the train, and office goer students. So office goer students take the ticket and moves directly to the departure concourse level without any disturbance of different users. Next slide. So these are sub-pedestrian pathway. Next slide. So roof of an amenity placed over the peripheral area. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is a departure concourse level where the orange indicates the public space or the code space. So stations major connected to the city, as these spaces act as an connectivity to a visual connect to a city. Next slide. So users of movement of users like people to board the train, deboard the train, office goers, students, hawkers, thoroughfares. So thoroughfare uses the public ramp as a major transition point of one side to other side. Next slide. So roof of an amenity is placed over the departure concourse level. Next slide. Yeah. So I've created the 3 more ramps, one ramp and other ramp and other ramp. So these ramps are the connecting zone to a flexible public space from the grounded level. So these ramp is majorly a ramp which connects us departure concourse level to a public space. Next slide. Next slide. So for flexible public space, so I've created the roof of an railway station as a module of 3 meter by 3 meter, a pole which can be yeah. I'll move on to a slide. So these public space can be transformed into an expo center or market or weekly market, daily market. Next slide. So sections I've cut through different levels to light and wind to pass in. Next slide. So where down as a platform level, above there will be a departure concourse level. Above there will be like flexible public space. It can be connected through a visual connector. Next slide. So down as a sub-pedestrian pathway which pulls the people from the train to out of a station. Next slide. Next slide. So it's a structural element. For the longest one I have used for the waffle slab. Next slide. So facade of a station are more on skin, a kind of porous kind of element. So I've tried to create an cultural integrity through an inscription of Tamil writings or the history of an Madurai through a facade which reflects over the station through shadows when the light hits. Next slide. So service oriented water tank capacity calculation, fire tank capacity calculation, sewage tank capacity calculation. Next slide. So view of station. So these are the existing station which is 100 years old. So I've retained these stations. Next slide. So supporting factor, I've created the 3 more concourse level which not overempower the existing station, which blends to the existing station and the surrounding. Next slide. So interior part of an periphery platform level. So these station which a sub-pedestrian pathway, that the platform level, there will be an above, there will be a waffle slab. Next slide. This is a view of a sub-pedestrian pathway which connects both sides of the city. So pathway which act as a grounded thing. So people they increases the vandals and thoroughfares day by day in the further phases. Next slide. Next stage. Next slide.
Abhishek, 15 minutes is up. We'll just run through those slides. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So I have to add on these things, the ramp which connects the departure concourse to the public space. So these are the public space which I talk about in the departure concourse level. So flexible module, it changes into a exposed kind of thing, a market kind of thing. That's it.
Are you finished?
Yeah, it's done. Yeah, it's done.
Okay, wonderful. Requesting Professor Sanjeev Vidyarthi to open the comments.
This was interesting that we had the 2 stations presentations back to back, one a new proposal and second a retrofitting. This was a massive amount of work that sort of went into it. You studied, the existing stations, several of them, and including this one in detail. I like the way you sort of adapted this to the particular context. The amount of work, as I said, was impressive. What I missed a little bit was its relationship with the surrounding context. You referred to it while speaking that a station is an important node in a particular area, but how it sort of relates in terms of traffic, in terms of movement of people, in terms of stitching of urban fabric, for example, right? All sort of linkages happen between a railway station and the surrounding area. So that was something I missed.
Yeah. Okay. So can I answer to the question? Yeah. So coming to the context of Madurai city, so station which forms over the old city. So there is a space often. So can I get a slide of Google Map image? Which is 15th number slide, 15th page. Yeah. So coming to the context, so station H, which defines the city. So these space act as a non-development stage or the public space, which influence these mode of transitions. So a huge people of commuters will fall over the station So I've created these stations to be a more on flattered one, so treated with the landscape and the movement. So people will fall over these space as an public space. Huge commuters from the station, from the city, will take these space as a recreational one for the to get in the train and the out of a station, out of the train. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess Professor Srivatsan or Bijoy could join.
I mean, there's a certain kind of sensitivity to the design, though not could have been better articulated. But I thought that the location of the station at the edge of the old city, and the Madurai temple is just about less than or just about 10 minutes away, and the Gopuram is still visible at from few places. Necessarily necessitate sort of restraining this building, unlike the previous project, which tries to stand as an icon. So that restraint I greatly appreciate. And one could have pushed that restraint a little further, making it more like a great portal of sort rather than actually being a building itself. That's what actually it is at one level, the portal which receives and throws people. So the architecture of the project could have been a little more pushed, having sort of got that key design, concern, which I thought was well done. I think probably you are restrained by the fact that the existing station is 100 years old, and it requires some kind of sort of a gentle touch, which I think factually may not be correct. It's not really a great heritage building. It's my understanding. So if you had let go that and actually seen it at the edge of the old city, of course, what it frames are not necessarily heritage buildings, but the very fact that it sits at the edge, fragment of the wall is close by. One could have really highlighted that, and architecturally, you could have made a little more interesting gesture there. Certainly, one could have had a double face there, and the other side of the station faces the new area of development, etc. One could have looked at it. So you could have seen this, because nobody is going to visualize this as a single entity. It's like it's a facility on two different sites coming together around the station. So one could have had a little more interesting design strategy. Second, I was the point that Sanjeev also mentioned, that how it connects with the adjoining areas, all the more particularly because most of the hotels and places of movement and mobility, bus stand is all on one side, which is on the other side of the station. So you really need to, it's not like the previous case, which has this large space and everything could be sort of brought in here. So much has already developed on the other side. So those connections could have been a lot more stronger. In terms of your internal spaces, I quite also like the restraint that inside more in terms of flows and amenities and so on. That is also something positive about it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, sir. So I have to answer that question. Like, so I've considered the existing station, which is like 500 meters away from the existing bus transport. So I have created the edge of a station to take a bus into a station and take the people from the station, act as an intermodal concept, take the people from the station and moves out of a station. So it's connected purely on multi-mode of transport like car, buses, share autos. In the context, share autos and autos plays a major role. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, that's it.
Can I go? Abhishek,
yes.
you're done.
Yeah, it's done. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I found yes, there is. It is very restrained. I mean, it's a very. In fact, it's almost so restrained that I couldn't really tell, what architectural moves you were making. It was a very, very sort of almost, a simple expression of, the platforms and the circulation. I did enjoy very much the background, research that you had done of all of these other stations. I also enjoyed the kiosks and all of these sort of transient elements that one could imagine would populate these large concourses that then could be an area of intervention and design. I found the ramp to be really in a strange place. I couldn't understand how the ramp sat there and what it connected from the old city to the new city, how it landed. It seemed to be a big part of your plan, and I wasn't able to tell how it was integrated both into your design and into the city on both ends. So that was a bit strange. And like Srivatsan suggested, I thought the opportunity with this one, when I read the sort of opening paragraph of your thesis report, I thought the actual opportunity was the threshold between the station and the old city. That it was there that really, as an architect, one really wanted to engage with that facade, with the front of that station, because it is a really prominent location and very, very close to really important parts of the city. But that didn't seem to be really something you were engaging with at all, and maybe that was something that we missed. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have added to these questions. Like, I started the study like reconception of station, general station as a public space. How it can be reconcepting. So coming to the context, so there are certain restrictions have been formed, and restricted me to design to add a value to the heritage or the locality of a station. So I've constrained the major things which forms like an architectural elements over the station. So on the other end, so I've taken from the study, I've taken like station railway, Indian railway station is purely meant for the lower and the middle class people for the economical and the transport comfort. So creating an multi-mode of transition spaces like office or the next stage of adding on more spaces which changes the railway station, image of railway station into a next stage. That's it, sir.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Yeah.
Thank you, Abhishek. And that brings us to the end of today's deliberations. I request the jury members to sum up the process and maybe speak a few words about the entire event and the presentations of today also. Can I request Professor Srivatsan to go first?
You're on mute, sir.
I said the first thing that struck me was a variety, and part of it is guaranteed by your process, which divides this place into 5 zones, and then so you're bound to get that kind of variety. But it didn't stop with that. There were a variety of projects too. There were 1 or 2 closer, but there was a variety in scale, concern, and approach, which is good. So it was not as if you're seeing the same kind of work across. So that was quite satisfying for me. And most of the works had put in substantial effort, and I could see that. So this was not sort of you're looking at a collection of average work, but certainly substantial amount of effort has been not only in production in terms of drawings, etc., but also to get to understand what they're doing with. Of course, one could always improve and make suggestions and say you missed this and that, but credit to those who attempted that the effort was visible. In that sense, it was satisfying. think probably places where this is nothing to do with the format of the competition, but it's something to do with the colleges themselves as to what they would want to settle for as an architectural project when a student comes. Sometimes you try to do the width and the depth, which actually, given the the distracted nature of how semesters work for 16 to 18 weeks, this is really going to be a very difficult thing to manage. So one has to be quite realistic. And two, not necessarily it needs to end with large set of projects, a large project. It could be a series of smaller interventions, as few of them demonstrated that it is really possible to do. So there is no burden in terms of having that this is a thesis project and hence it has to sort of land in some grand statement, either in terms of scale or in terms of approach. The whole idea is how a student independently conceptualizes, identifies the problem, frames the question, does the background, conceptualizes it, then resolves it through buildings and so on. So I think that is something for the institutions to think about, because some, I think, problem of the structure of the institutions, not that of the students. And in terms of production of drawings, I think that barring one or two, basically there's a substantial amount of effort gone into the production. And if they're settled for the depth, I'm sure there'll be better resolution rather than the width. Some more attention at the building level would have been great. Some had that opportunity and they utilized it. Some didn't have those opportunities and hence I have to skim through it. And in terms of verbal presentation, I thought on an average it was okay. Some really had a good story to say and they did it well. And some were trying to say everything that they have done, and probably the trick is not to do that. Only say what you really want to highlight and actually take us to the points that you think are your great strengths, both from the larger design approach or in terms of detail. So all in all, it was it was sort of a satisfying thing, and of course, the scope to improve that we keep saying all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Vidyarthi, would you share a few words? Professor,
you're muted.
So, it was, to me, it was time well spent, sort of seeing through, you kept the time very well, right? We sort of stuck to the schedule once we started, which was nice. And the students sort of, followed the discipline through, talking about this immense amount of work many had put in, and summarizing that in about 15 minutes. So I'm sure, some points they wanted to mention, they might not have had time. And in that manner, it helps that if you weave your story intelligently and sort of stick to the main talking points, you could perhaps do it more efficiently. What I found surprising, in many ways, was that the scope of the projects was much more than I imagined. Many of these were urban projects, which to my mind would be a master's level, architecture or urban design and planning kind of projects, right? So these were not, when I think of BR's thesis projects, my conception is either an individual building or an institutional campus. And there were 2, 3 that sort of responded to that scale. But several were, substantial in scale. And I was not sure if the BR syllabus allows for that kind of theoretical exploration before you actually do it, before you handle a project like this. And some of this, the discrepancy showed up where the effort was not lacking, but perhaps the background conceptions and some of the theoretical framework that would help develop a design when you sort of working at the urban scale come to fruition more clearly and more coherently was lacking. But nonetheless, the intellectual variety, the geographical diversity,
the quality of graphics. All of these were very nice and made the time well spent. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Requesting Architect Bijoy to comment.
Thanks, Rama ma'am, and thanks, of course, Mr. Chaturvedi and the COA for inviting me. It was a wonderful day for me, especially in the company of Sanjeev and Srivatsan, and of course, all of the students. Always invigorating. I quickly had time because I'm going last to sort of say that maybe there were three kinds of projects we saw today. There were the old and new kind of project. How do you integrate or how do you have this dialogue with what exists before you? So Matanjiri and the fort, and both of them sort of raised interesting ideas about how you would do that. There were the social projects, and it's always interesting to see housing because very rarely undergraduate students take on housing. And so to see two housing projects today, actually three, if you also include Jorhat in that with very, very sort of small component of housing, but the Morbi project was nice, and then there was that glass, the workers' place, which was kind of a social outreach kind of project. And then public space, the third sort of concern that we saw today, 2 train stations, 2 museums, and the market, all congregational space, all asking questions about identity. The museums were particularly interesting, and across the board, what was really impressive, of course, we all know that with the students, with our own students, that the background information and the collation of that background information is immaculate. I mean, today we saw a whole bunch of really wonderful case studies and analysis as prep to presenting a thesis project. And I think Sanjeev is head on, in alerting us to this idea of scale and how much do you want to take on. And what we really missed, I think, or at least I really missed today, is real architectural, what do you say, like detail, to really talk about the way things come together, to talk about fenestration and doors and thresholds and all of those interesting things, which somehow we're so caught up with this idea of the larger sort of responsibilities as citizens, the social agenda, etc., that somehow architecture tends to be the last thing that we get to resolve. So maybe going forward, maybe to get our students to do smaller projects so that this kind of dialogue can be, more focused. But thanks again. It was a wonderful day for me. Thank you.
Thanks to all the jury members, and a very big thanks to Council TRC and the Council team sitting in Delhi who have organized all this. Thanks to my team of coordinators, and a very big thanks to Jayashree Madam for being the spine of the frame. And I would like to say, in a very interesting experience where so many people have pitched in with their thoughts. And it was the first time the whole exercise has gone online. It was a challenge, and still it has come together so nicely and in a very fruitful way. And all the comments of the jury members are captured for a larger audience. I think that is the larger benefit we are getting from this system. And a very, very warm thanks to everyone. And we will now sort of log out and maybe log in on the same link to discuss further about and deliberate to freeze on the winners of this cycle. Is that all right with all the jury members?
Sure.
Can we click on the same link saying about how much time do we take a break? Please suggest.
2 minutes, 5 minutes.
20 minutes? Did I hear? Watson, sir?
Professor Vidyarthi, you were saying something?
I'm fine with 5 minutes, but she will
Yeah, 5 is fine with me. Well, let's finish it off then.
Yeah. So 5 minutes we come back.
Yes.
So thanks once again to Council and COA TRC teams, Professor Jayashree and Architect Habib Khan for facilitating this entire process. Thank you very much. Over to
you, Rama. And the vote of thanks would not be complete without me thanking you and Anirudh for the kind of support that you both have been offering to us year after year. My thanks also to the jury members who have spent one long day, but it was so nice of them to say that it has been enjoyable and that their appreciation towards the work goes a long way. You have rightly pointed out that somehow we are getting caught up in this idea of scale and addressing the larger concerns of society, and and the detailing and understanding of real architecture at the undergrad level is somehow being missed. This has been pointed out several times before, but today it I think will carry more weight because we are online and this will reach a large number of schools. The pandemic offers us that opportunity because earlier we would have the juries at certain schools or in certain cities, and maybe the comments were not so easily available to everybody. It was a very important concern which has been repeatedly coming up, and I'm so glad that you mentioned it today, both of you, Professor Vijay and Professor Vidyarthi. And I must thank all these schools who were connected with this, all the schools whose students in these tough times have submitted their projects for the competition, and I look forward to having more such deliberations very soon. Our next cycle, the 2021 cycle, will begin very soon. We are almost in the beginning of March now, and we start the next cycle sometime during April, May. So we look forward to that. One important thing that the participants would now be looking forward to is the result of today's jury. This is the national final, so we will be identifying the 3 toppers in the country. Participants, I would like to tell you that the 3 jurors will meet immediately after this for a few minutes to deliberate and discuss and come to a common consensus about the 3 best. And we would be announcing to you the results very soon in a public function with the results of the other 2 award programs which are happening parallelly. That is the Students Award for Documentation of Architectural Heritage, 3 categories, and the Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis at the postgraduate levels. We have the national juries of the Documentation Award scheduled on the 8th of March, coming Monday, and the PG Awards on the 10th of March, Wednesday. Post that, we will have the awards declaration function and we will declare the winners of all the 3 awards in that program. So please do bear with us, and all the very best to all of you. My thanks to JK Cement also for being with us in this initiative for the last few years. Thank you so much, everybody, and take care and be happy.
Bye.
Thank you.